There we go. Recording in progress. And make who the host? All right. So, okay, I guess we can start.
Let me pull up my calendar. Hold on. I'm trying to load mine now. We can start. Hello.
Yes.
Did we get a motion to start?
No, you just call it to order.
Thanks, Gil. 9:17. So the first thing we want to talk about is the new board member. I want to make a motion to bring Ramiro as a 13th member of the board. And I mean, we
Second.
already, thank you. Any discussion?
I hope everybody saw that on the agenda. I hyperlinked his name, which is go straight to his application.
Yes. Anyone? Any comments?
Is he
Is-
coming on with the intention or the understanding that he's going to be in a specific committee, correct?
No, he's gonna be
At large.
yeah, at large, because he wasn't sure what he was gonna come in, in which one. So he's gonna be at large. Maybe he'll be either helping David or Ish. Maybe, because Ish said might need help with marketing. So
I had the opportunity to talk to Ramiro. We just bumped into each other and I wanted to talk to him about this. I'm going to be voting no against his appointment, primarily because I do feel like we got names from our general membership when we sent out that survey. And if we were going to bring anybody in, we should have considered all of the people that were recommended. So that's kind of just my viewpoint. As I've kind of mentioned before, I think that it's really important that we get our membership to have a say in who serves them. And I'm not a huge fan of like kind of handpicking people to join us. So that's the reasoning behind my concept. And actually, Ramiro agreed with me when I talked to him about it. And so, just for future context, I think that he'll do great, but I guess morally, I'm just going to be voting no, even though I'll be most likely be in the minority.
anyone else?
And also, I'm trying to get my camera turned on. I don't know why it's not turning on, so I apologize.
So, this, just so you know, I mean, for the record, it will look as though you do not support him as being a board member. Do you support him as being a board member? Because you object to the process. I get that, but the vote isn't the process. The vote at hand, or the motion at hand, is to accept him as a board member. And your vote by no means that you don't want him as a board member. I'm just saying, letting you know.
So
on the record,
correct. Yeah, that's why I talked to him, and I was like, I know, recordly, that's what it's going to reflect on. I guess my no is no to the process, meaning no, we should reconsider the process in order to bring him on. That's my purpose of saying no. So yes.
Well, you also have an option to abstain if you want, I think.
Yeah. Regardless, it won't really matter, but I guess either way, no stands for. So
If we're going to talk about votes on memberships, on who should be coming or be on the board, everyone in here we all are members, and we actually voted for Ramiro prior to. So he's got at least 6 votes from the board, which are also part of the general members. One, in the past, we have, trusted our boards to bring people. So like when you came in, Ish, we didn't even know you were coming in. No one had even voted you in. But we trusted Maria And look at you now. So I mean, it was a good fit, and we're glad you're here. And I think Ramiro, it's a great fit for everyone.
So can we close out this motion here?
Up to Linda. You can call
Um,
the question if you want.
All in favor? I mean, how many do we have in favor of Ramiro coming into the board?
If you're muted, at least raise your Zoom hand. If not, unmute yourself and say aye.
I
Aye,
Aye. Aye.
aye.
How many eyes do we have?
Or should we just put our hands up so that way you
Nine.
can count?
There's 9 ayes.
So it's the majority.
Where are my hands?
You have a little hand.
Where are my hands?
And the reactions.
Oh, okay, sure.
David
You
voted
got
yes.
it.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, because you can just type on the chat. Oh, look at Magda's.
Linda, now you ask for any nays.
Any names?
Any no's.
Any no? Any nays?
I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Was that a nay? Ish?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you declare the motion passed 9-1.
Motion
Do I have to
passed.
state that I've abstained?
Oh, wait, who we haven't. Okay,
I'm-
Linda, so the
yeah.
next, I didn't know anybody abstained. Okay, so Linda, now that you got the yays and the nays, you ask anybody, any abstentions?
Any?
Me.
What was that?
It's Julia.
Okay. Julia.
Now you can declare the motion passed. 8
Thanks.
Eight-
On the
eight
majority of the
ayes.
vote.
8 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, so motion passed based on the results of the votes.
We're expecting Ramiro at 9:30.
Expecting him at 9:30.
All right. All right, moving along, Linda. What's next here?
Next item is the minutes.
Now, is everyone able to open up the agenda? You can just click on the minutes right next to it.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Let me open mine.
We still don't have Maria and Lulu, correct?
Lulu, Maria, and Jeanette.
And Jeanette, got it.
Lulu said she wouldn't be coming today. She just put it on top.
Oh, okay.
Diana's just she's on now. Was she always on?
Diana is on, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel's-
I joined about 10-15 minutes ago.
Okay.
Do you have power back on, Diana?
Yeah, we just got it on a little while ago.
Okay, nice, good. Okay, can we start with the attendance? So Gil did that already.
Did that already. We
Approval.
got a quorum. We're on item number 3 on the agenda.
Okay. Well, Maria, it's not on. We're starting with awards. But
No,
Magda,
we're on item number 3, approval of the minutes from December.
Gil, can you share stream the agenda? Maybe that'd be easier for
I'm not a
everybody.
co-host. I don't think. Did you make me a co-host, Rafa?
Let me see here.
Yeah, approval of the minutes. Yes.
There needs to be a motion to approve the minutes.
I can only make you a host. I can't make you co-host, I guess. I'm just gonna
Oh,
change it over to you.
Yeah, change and just,
Might as well.
Yeah. All right, go.
all right.
Thank you.
can
Will.
we,
Okay, great. So
can we
let's
make
go-
a motion to start, the approval of the minutes?
I saw move.
A second.
There you go.
was there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I click on that, the minutes, we have, step one, approval November. I don't know why it says November minutes.
Mine say December 7th.
Let me see. Let me go back and click in there. Okay, it's no, it's still yeah. Well, on the tab it says December 7th. Yes, 6:30 p.m. location, and
Yeah, this is the one I looted.
yeah,
Mhm.
but it still says approval November minutes. I don't know why.
Because we, oh,
We approved them during the December
approved the
meeting.
November minutes at that meeting.
Yeah, because that's the December
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah. At December, we approved November's minutes.
And so this one will say in January, we approved December's minutes.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So we start with the approval of November minutes, but it's really December minutes, right?
No. What you're looking at in your screen, if you're looking at my screen, I guess.
I am looking at both mine
These
and
are
yours are the same.
These are the December minutes. The motion at hand is whether or not to approve these minutes. This is our minutes. There's been a motion, there's been a second, and now we're discussion.
Okay.
This is from the last meeting, Linda.
Yes, I see it.
The big topic was basically the Thanksgiving luncheon sort of debrief.
Right. And
It
the
was-
issue,
And also the change of bank accounts and taking over the new executive committee. So we did that. Let me just go all the way to the front, to the top. The treasurer report. Well, we did that. The treasurer report, it was us taking the time to go to the bank and do all the change signatures, credit cards. It's been all updated. Rafa, Diana, Marlene, and I met. So it's done. The next one, it's committee chair reports, awards. Maria is not on it, but she did send in, she emailed the new application. So it is ready to go
hold on,
out
Linda,
next month.
Linda, hold on. Point of order. I'm not sure where you're going with all this, but the motion at hand is whether or not we're going to approve this December minutes.
Okay,
I mean, if you want to discuss something about the December minutes, that's what's at hand. You were talking about the new application and all that, and
yeah, that's for this meeting. Never mind.
yeah, that's for this meeting.
I don't.
So-
I think
Can we
So-
vote to approve the minutes
Yeah.
then?
Are we all in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
it's
Hi.
I am.
I second
David,
you.
you sound sick.
She's H.
No, bored. I hate Zoom meetings.
Ready. Can we approve that?
I-
Rafa, you made the motion to approve the minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we made a
what-
motion.
Diana made the motion, I second, and now I believe we have
We're-
enough.
we're-
Everybody
we're-
voted yes.
We're at the vote level. Since it's really difficult without being formal and asking for each individual's vote, is anybody voting nay or abstaining? Good. So it's unanimous, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So everybody voted aye. Linda, you can call the motion passed.
Okay, motion passed for the December minutes. And now let's go back to the agenda.
Item 4, look at our bylaws in detail, clarify or propose changes as needed. This is a Madeleine item.
Arlene?
Yeah, so to me, I did look through the bylaws. I do think that I have a good understanding. And I think it was Diana who I kind of talked to. I don't remember who it was, but to me, it's more who is doing what. So a lot of times throughout the week, we get all these emails. There's emails from memberships that are being forwarded, and there's some confusion on who's supposed to be doing what. So to me, I guess I don't know if we need to detail that in the bylaws, or maybe we just have to have clarification for each one of us on the board. But there seems to be some confusion on who's doing what at the time that members have questions a lot of times. And this seems to be kind of a monthly thing. So that's where I'm not clear, again, whether we need to update our bylaws to have exactly bullet points on when a member needs assistance with their account, their membership account, who is taking care of that? When a member needs assistance with wanting to host a meeting, who is taking care of that? So those, I guess, are the details that I was kind of questioning that I'm hoping that we can discuss.
Okay, before we go there, Gil, can you let Ramiro in?
It looks like David also needs to be let in.
Who?
David. There we go.
Okay, David and Ramiro are in. Hi, Ramiro. Welcome to the board.
Congratulations.
Hello.
He's trying to connect the audio. That always
Oh.
takes a little bit longer.
Nice cup, Rafa.
I knew you were going to see that. I was trying to hide it.
Hey
This
guys,
is-
good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the
Morning.
board.
Felicidades.
Thank you, thank you. Are we gonna help each other? What do you call it? Shovel snow?
Yes,
Yes.
we started with my house.
Is that your first motion?
Hey guys.
Hey,
Congratulations, Ramiro. We were just at a point where we were talking about clarification of board duties, board member duties and responsibilities vis-a-vis the bylaws. This is a document that I put together in 22. It shows, and Madeleine, I don't know if this helps at all, but what I did was prior to this document, we had something similar, but it was a mix between what was actually required by the bylaws and what wasn't articulated and required by the bylaws. So I bolded everything that the bylaws say we have to do or may do. So those the bold part is the bylaw ones. The unbolded parts are things that traditionally have gone to that particular board member. But because it's not written in stone, if you will, like with the bylaws, these are things that can be moved around much easier. And I don't know if you've seen this document, Marlene, have you?
I have not.
Okay, so what we have here is the president-elect, all this is in the bylaws, and they have like basically one that isn't. The treasurer, all this is in the bylaws. The secretary, this, but traditionally, or in the past at least, the secretary's also done all these. Awards chair, this was something that primarily came from Diana when she switched duties. And it's really good because it really gives the awards chair a really good working idea of what some of the duties are. The finance chair, fundraising chair, so all these things are there. It's in the document called 2022 board positions. And I don't, and it's up to us. I think every year we used to go back and look at this.
Yes.
And, you know, we do have some things that, you know, we're not sure of, for example.
Has everyone seen this EHN board positions? Marlene,
This
you
is-
said no.
Can this be shared to the group, please, via email?
I just found it in the J Drive and put the link in the chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's on
thank
the
you, Dan.
yes.
Thank you so much.
Gil, this is really helpful. I forgot that you put that together.
Yeah, I don't think we did one last year. At least I don't remember it being formulated. We probably talked about it, but there are issues that we need to discuss, like, you know, who's actually in charge of the, you know, securing the hosts, et cetera. You know, who is responsible for looking at that email, our email account, et cetera, et cetera.
And the Thanksgiving luncheon.
Yeah. David, you know,
Yes.
I'll abstain.
Yeah, I think this is definitely helpful. I will look at that because, like I said, to me, it's, you know, obviously member service should come first, I think, right? Top of mind. So anytime that a member has a question, it seems sometimes like there's a real good delay of days for responding to that. So, you know, something like this is really helpful because, you know, I'm more of I need to know what are my responsibilities, when am I supposed to do them, and they all need to go on my calendar. So
Yeah, and I think the issue before us then is as we work through these duties, at what point do we want to formalize any new or different duties and therefore go through the entire bylaws amendment? That's, you know, because we can always add this. This is a very fluid document, which has been nice because we can just change. Oh, you know what, this year I've got extra time. I'll do this part, you know, and so that's been helpful there. But if it's in the bylaws, it's going to be a little more difficult to be that fluid. So just something to consider and think about.
Some of these, like Marlene said, they're very time sensitive, especially the membership. For example, right now I'm going back and forth with some emails from the King County Health Department. You know, and I know this probably falls on Jeanette, but again, Jeanette, obviously she's just obviously the messages. It looks like she's going through some stuff right now, health wise. So I've been handling that. I have no issue. Okay, but sooner or later I'm gonna have to get with Jeanette because some of these things I don't know how to do on Wild Apricot, right? But I've been communicating with these people just so they know, hey, we're looking at it because, you know, everybody knows when you send an email, you send a text and you don't get a response. It's like, that's the worst.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Marlene because oftentimes I find myself handling the email because, especially around the newsletter time, so people are submitting stuff via email anyway. So I'm like, might as well respond to people, and there'll be emails from our memberships that have been there for like over a week. So I think that's really important. And then it's kind of become a custom that people are even emailing me on my private emails for asking questions because they haven't heard back from the Elgin Hispanic network email. And so we want to prevent that amount of like secondary communication as much as possible. So I think on the email end that I agree with Marlene's perspective of that.
Yeah, so obviously Jeanette needs help, right? That's we
Well,
can see.
it's beyond that though. I don't think Jeanette even looks at our email.
Right.
Account.
Yeah.
So
No.
so it's either been the president or the president-elect that primarily looks at that email. And as the president-elect, if there's an email about membership, then you forward it to Jeanette. Say, hey, Jeanette, we got this email. If it's about you know, fund, if it's about scholarships, you forward it to Maria and Magda and say, hey, ladies, got this from. I mean, we're the president or the president-elect typically in charge of that email account. They're in charge of forwarding and making sure people follow up.
I can do that. I don't have a problem looking at the emails and forwarding to whoever needs to be handling the email.
And if anybody doesn't get anything forwarded to them, if you want, go ahead and access the email account. On the left, you have all your folders, and there's every folder for each of the committees, awards, finance, social culture. So that's one of the things that keeps your inbox clean, is just, moving that crap to the respective
their folder.
folder. Yeah.
Okay.
But that still doesn't solve our issue of getting back timely to because the email will get forwarded. That's fine. But then it sort of just stalls there.
No,
So
what I can do is reply to whoever sent us the email and CC whoever is in charge of, if it's membership, of CC Jeanette, and if it's, anything about marketing, I'll add Ish to it, or if it's anything about co-hosting, I'll CC Rafa, president-elect, who's in charge of the host, and so on.
Yeah, so honestly, and that was happening when Lulu was president, and it was extremely overwhelming because I got so many marketing emails. So that's why I told Lulu that I would just jump on and handle the marketing emails through the Elgin Hispanic Network email. So I think, I guess with Rafa's point, I think that's also the reason people aren't getting to them as fast, is because we're getting them sent to emails that we use for other purposes too, right? So how do we hold them accountable, making sure that they're actually responding? I think one thing easily, as we're trying to rely on Slack, is just saying, hey, just a reminder, blah, blah, blah. I sent you an email. Can you please make sure you follow up on it?
absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
That's and if you can't, tell me or Linda, hey, can you, I'm slammed this week, or I'm, but honestly, we should probably not go past 48 hours, right, to get back to some of these.
No, that's too long.
Right.
I agree.
And if you can't, for whatever reason, hey, Linda, hey, Rafa, can you get back to him? Yeah, we'll like I said, we have to be customer service, like Marlene said, that's huge. Especially for the growth and obviously of this chapter. So let's try to figure that out this year and see how we can really sort of develop a system where we can obviously make that better.
Can we give everyone a couple of minutes just to review their section of this document to see if they have any immediate questions or concerns about the items that are on there?
Yes, I was just going to ask that if everyone wants to look at their responsibilities, and then just let us know if you have any questions. Just for 3 minutes, just to go through.
As for me, secretary, there's a couple of items about assisting marketing. If Ramiro so chooses to help in marketing, I like to remove those from my duties, because then marketing won't need me.
I actually need to send that link to Ramiro's email because he doesn't have access to the G Drive.
Oh, I better give that to him right away. Ramiro, do you have
I
a
think those
Gmail?
marketing.
Don't worry about sending it. I have it. I sent it to myself already. I'm sorry.
I think sorry. Go ahead, Ramiro.
No, because I think Joe, were you going to say something?
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'll get with Ramiro directly.
You good, Joe?
I think those last two could just be moved to marketing anyways and made to collaborate with the exec board, because I collaborate with the exec board anyways with any communication that gets sent out to the membership. So these last two that say assist, that one and the one before that.
I just want to take the fundraising part out of social cultural, because I'm not a fundraiser.
I think we should keep it, David. I think you did great last year.
No, fundraising needs to be moved to fundraising committee. I think my duty should just be to make everybody happy and laugh.
Can we start now?
You're failing to
on each one of them?
That might be
fast?
It might be the easiest thing to do, no? Just,
You want to
Yeah.
review each one?
As a president, I'm fine with my duties. Also, we just want to add that, the president should be in charge of the emails and forward to whatever chairs. Yeah, forward
It's on
emails
there.
and prayers. It's in there now. I see it. President-elect Rafa, any questions on that or responsibilities?
Let me see here.
Wanna
Oh, I
add-
mean, it's just basically, yeah, no, I mean, guess I'm the historian, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
And go host, is it?
And look for the the and obviously being in this leadership position, me and you, I mean, one of our biggest thing, it's not on here, but I'm constantly looking for new members, recruiting.
I think we all are.
Yeah. No, I know, but
Yeah.
that's something that I take very personal. And it's always on my radar when I meet people. Hey, you need to be at EHN meetings.
Yeah.
I've met with a few people. My year always starts meeting with new lender. For people in my business, and I'm always telling them like you need to get out to. If you want to grow your business, you need to get out to these meetings because the more people you talk to, the more business you will get.
So if Linda has the emails under her duties, shouldn't the president-elect also like as a backup or?
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
and then like, I don't know if secretary needs you three or I don't know.
2 people is fine.
Two
Huh?
should be enough.
2 people is
Alright,
okay. Me and Linda.
Okay. I mean, I
So
don't
we
know
need
if
to
that has
add that to the
be.
president-elect.
Yeah, president-elect will add in backup email review of emails. Now, I don't see in there that the president-elect is in charge of the host.
Yeah, it's the last one, Linda. Coordinate host locations for monthly
Okay, I see
membership
that.
meetings.
I see it now.
For your following appointment.
Yeah,
Which would be this.
treasurer.
So if I'm reading that correctly right now, for anybody that's looking to host for 2025, we're forwarding those people to Rafa.
Rafa. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
whoever wants to host, just give a forward or have Rafa talk to them or just let them know to contact that Rafa will be the main contact for that.
Yeah, we'll start the list and we'll get them going.
Anyone else? On president-elect questions? No? So we can move to treasurer. Marlene, do you have any questions on this?
I do not.
Looks nice and pretty.
Pretty clear cut.
Secretary, Gil.
I'm good with it. Like I said,
Okay,
absent a marketing issue, we're good. It does say in there that I'm the one to set up the wild apricot registration reminder emails. Ish, how do you feel about that?
I am all on board with someone taking it over. At the time.
Okay.
Okay.
The second bullet point, it's almost irrelevant at this point because our updated membership directory kind of updates itself automatically based on people joining and not joining.
Yeah. Right.
That was back in the days we had a physical, I think,
Right.
of members.
But
Otherwise, I'm good with it.
The wild apricot does it really.
Yeah.
By itself now. Assistant marketing and drafting communication material as needed. I mean,
these two will be gone.
yeah, since we will have Ramiro helping.
Right. Yep.
Anything awards? Well, we don't have Maria, but Magda,
I'm
did you
looking at it.
take a look?
It looks
Okay.
good. I mean, is there, I'm subcommittee member, I guess. Is that, am I supposed to
No,
somehow?
Co-share. So you
Oh,
guys, it's
co-chair.
You're
not such a,
co-chair.
it's a co-share. It's not such a the top and bottom. Now it's just the same.
Do we need to add, I don't know, I mean, do we need to add any specific wording to the fact that now we have a co-chair for this or no?
Maybe just after chair put slash co-chair. The
Well, they're
title.
both chairs, so I don't really think they
Yeah,
need
no,
a specific.
Okay.
yeah, you're both a chair. You're,
That's
Do
the
we
only
just want to add like an S in parentheses for award chair chairs for the title?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
But other than that, it looks good. Thank you.
Yeah. We're adding that, which says chairs on the title. And finance.
Finance looks good to me.
Yeah. Fundraising. Elisa and Julia.
I have no problem putting the Thanksgiving luncheon under fundraising. That being said, I know we were also discussing having a gala. So it depends on, you know, what the budget looks like if we're gonna have both of them this year. And what that's gonna look like for us, a budget for Elisa and I.
Yeah, so we need to sit down and talk to David in regards to, and Linda, in regards to what we've done in the past, because we have to really sit down and put numbers together, since that's something that we hadn't done previously. So that's something that we are gonna take. I think that's something we definitely need to sit down and just have like a meeting for that in itself.
We can talk about that in a minute. Right now, we just I want you to look at your responsibilities and see if
Yeah.
you need to add or remove or.
I think the responsibilities look good right now with what we have, but if we're gonna be adding that, so we're gonna have to make an addendum to that.
I would also like to possibly add a line that talks about collaboration with other board members, because I feel like from my position last year and just from what I've heard within the group is that there are expectations that we have for fundraising, but I'm not, or I wasn't working with Elisa last year, but if anybody has any ideas for fundraising or they feel like fundraising needs to be doing more to communicate that so that we can work together and execute it. Like not only is fundraising presenting ideas to the board, but the board can also present ideas to fundraising to execute for the interest of the organization.
We always have you guys as backup, and especially fundraising. It's always been where you guys bring the idea, and the board, all of us, help to make sure that that you guys succeed.
Well, I think it's something that's been happening, and I didn't know we had to have that in writing, because like I think it's understood, because we ask in the community, like whenever we have meetings, if anybody has any, ideas or any, things that we can try to do, we do ask, and I don't think it's something.
I think that component's already kind of mentioned on there. It says engage other board members in executing fundraising projects. Just executing, creating and executing. Because I think, I get Julia's point. I think that all of us should have a viewpoint, but ultimately you guys will be the ones executing the events, right? So.
I want to chime in here because this tends to come up every few years, and I think it's important since we were looking at the bylaws earlier. All of these positions are chairs of committees, and the other members of the committees don't have to be board members. There's a section in the bylaws that says that the board of directors can select from members of the organization members to any ad hoc or standing committee. And so, so it's not just for fundraising, Julia and Elisa, but also for if you want to have support with marketing, or if you want to have support with
Anything.
anything, it may be the January meeting coming up would be a good opportunity to remind our membership about that and do some recruiting, especially since we have grown so much in the last year, which is a great thing. So just want to throw that out there, that if you want to have a team of people that you lead, I know it creates a different kind of problem, because then you have to schedule time for meetings and coordinate. But it can be it's truly one of the best ways to develop new board members for the future as well, to eventually take over. So I just want to throw that out there as far as sharing responsibilities, because it can get to be a lot. I personally believe that the Thanksgiving luncheon I really like that everyone steps up in some shape or form, because we really all should contribute to it. But as far as leadership and the guts of it, there can be a committee, and it doesn't necessarily have to be us.
Right, I agree, and
Right.
I think the awards committee is the only one that's really is the one that set the model, because they're the ones that, and I don't think any other committee has that kind of infrastructure that the bylaws allowed.
So I do want to say something, because last year when I joined, one of the things that I wanted to help everyone with was bring people to help assist them. And I sent out a survey to our members to serve on any membership board, and none of those people heard back from their responsive chairs. So I think that's also a big important part, is that is that chair going to be able to manage this amount of inquiries that come in?
I emailed the person that was interested, so I don't know what you're talking about, but I messaged.
Okay, I'm just saying from what they told me, because I did follow up with them. They told me that they never heard back from any of the people that I told them that they would hear back from.
Mentirosa.
Again, I can only speak from what I'm experiencing. So, but that's also a big thing. I'm all for sending that survey out again, and maybe getting an updated list. And I think that this can also kind of showcase a little summary of what the committee is supposed to do too. So I just want to throw that out there.
And I think that's a good idea, Ish, but I also think that as a committee chair, as a board member, it's up to us as board members to reach out to our contacts and say, hey, for example, if Gil is not on this board, he just happens to be a member of EHN, it's up to me as the board member and the chair of a committee to say, hey, Gil, I know that you're really great at video, and I think you're really great at marketing. I am the marketing chair at EHN. Would you like to join my committee? Right. And maybe we can meet once a month, and I just need ideas from you, and I just need you to do certain tasks throughout the month. Right. So I think it's really up to us as board members to reach out to, as a chair, to reach out and make our committee and kind of, work that month to month. So I think it's a great idea to send out the interest survey, but I really do think that it comes down to us as a board member and a committee chair.
Yes, because
I think it could be a mixture of two, to be honest. I think it should be a mixture of two, because again, it's getting back to my point from earlier today. I don't want to continue the reputation where we handpick the people that collaborate with us. So I think that if we can put out the interest form, and you guys can do your own respective recruitment for your committees, I think that way we can kind of cover all of our tracks.
I think
as a board member, you have the option to have your own subcommittee. It's up to you how you want to recruit. You can do a vote on members, and you get whoever, or if you feel comfortable with someone that does that, like if I want to reach out to someone that does videos, like if I'm marketing, I'm going to reach out to Rafa, and I'm going to reach out to Gil, because Gil does all pictures and Rafa does all these videos. So I want to make sure that my subcommittee, is going to bring the best. I mean, Diana picked her own subcommittee when she was on, when she came out with the subcommittee for awards. Then when Maria took over, Maria changed them to whoever she felt comfortable with. So she did not kept the same subcommittee. And I think it's not, it's up to the chair if they want to bring a subcommittee. I might say, you know what, I can do this by myself. I'm good. and then I don't need a subcommittee. Some people might. I think it's up to the chair.
So,
Because again, those people are not board members. They're only, they're helping the chair.
Correct.
And you need to feel
I-
comfortable working with these people.
yeah.
Magda, you want to say something, Magda?
I
Yeah,
think,
I mean, I think these
Jeanette
are,
wants to, sorry, just a quick
Someone please let
interruption.
Jeanette into the meeting. Please?
Yeah, I was just saying that.
so I think all of these are really good point, and I think maybe at the next meeting, it might be worthwhile. I mean, I don't know what the agenda is looking like, to kind of go present the chair to the group. It's a new year, right? New group. And then allow everyone to kind of go through the different responsibilities that you guys have, that we all have as chairs. And at that point, also solicit, if anyone's interested in volunteering, please see me after the meeting, or please get in contact with me. That way, you're kind of making it more inclusive to other members as well. I don't know. I think it might be a good way to kind of kick off the year.
Forget it.
No, say it, David.
No, I mean, I think we got to decide, maybe not now, but later because of time, because I don't want to keep banging on this issue. But
No.
there has never been a protocol yet, like Linda and some other people were saying, like when Ish and Julia came in, we didn't ask the general members, hey, do you want Ish and Julia to be part of our board or whatever? But again, though, I kind of see where Ish is coming. If we're gonna do that, but we got to choose one or the other. Either we're gonna let the general members vote in whoever they want, or we as a board. I mean, I know Ish keeps bringing this up, and I don't like how he's saying it. Like, we don't cherry pick our people, Ish. I mean, I don't want you to think like, oh, I picked this person because I like them or whatever. It's sometimes, I mean, I'm just going based on, there's never been a protocol of us that I'm aware of bringing in board members or anything. Every board member that I've been on the board for every year, I've never seen the general membership vote these people in on the board. Every committee person, I've never seen the general board or general members vote these people or one. And in the past, I have plenty of time, and I don't know if people do here when we do talk about I say, hey, I'm ready to go. Whoever's ready to take my position, please let me know who wants to work with me or whatever, and they can learn. And I don't get that many people that come up to me or say anything, again. But I think we got to decide whether are we doing general members voting all this stuff, or are we doing like how we always been doing for the past years?
So I wanted to clarify something. So I don't mean to repeat this in a derogatory way. I don't think that that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to downplay the procedures that have been occurring, right? I can only speak from when I joined to now. And my perspective is that there should be a procedure in hand where the board selects people either to serve on the board or to serve on committees. However, I think that the people that they select should be based on a voluntary group of people or from our membership group. So for example, if we're at capacity with 13 right now, so if someone leaves, I would love it that we, announce to the group, hey, this person is leaving, we're gonna have a vacancy on the board. If you're interested, submit an application. We interview all the people that, did all the applications. And then as a group, we select who we think we wanna put into that replacement role. Things like that. Like, I feel like that's a way that we, one, can't be accused of bringing in people that we necessarily clash with or we click with, and we still leave it open to the membership. Same with the committees, right? We can easily go at the first meeting and say, hey, I'm this board, I'm this chair of this committee. If you're interested in joining, feel free to swing by. Here's my contact information. I'm going to be selecting my committee by this date. That's my perspective. I think that leaving it open so people can advocate for themselves and join what they're interested in without feeling like, oh, I'm not as connected as these other people to be selected for these groups, if that makes sense.
And I think that's the way we would go about it. I mean, if that came down to that, I don't see otherwise, or that we have done otherwise. At the end of the day, I think as a board, we have to choose from the slate of people that members, we would have to, obviously we have the final say. We can't just admit anybody.
Okay, so
Um,
guys, I mean, we have two issues on the board right now, on hand, if you ask me.
Agreed.
One issue is, how do we move forward selecting new board members? And, all these points are valid, all these. And the second one is, how do we basically recruit volunteers to help out all of the respective chairs? So Linda, how do you want to proceed forward on this? I mean, we can be stuck on it, but I feel like we need to problem solve one before we problem solve the other. I don't want us to jump around so
Okay.
much.
Okay, one, it's a good problem to have, what we're
Yes.
talking about right now.
Absolutely.
But why fixing something that is not broken? One. Two, I would maybe, if you guys want a final decision, I would want to maybe have a meeting with the exec committee and talk, and then bring it to everyone to the board of what we decided and we voted on how we're going to, but like I said, I don't think this is, I don't think that we need to fix something.
That's fine with me. Yeah, if the exec board wants to take this and figure this out with the two issues that are brought, I just don't want to hear it going forward that,
yes, I understand
this person didn't have the opportunity. Oh, why did we pick this person? Or this is how people are going to feel. I'm not in the job of hurting people's feelings, whatever it is. But I mean, let's just pick a lane so then everyone knows what lane we're in, and I don't want to have to hear that BS anymore about this and this. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying, David. We don't. Right now I don't see a problem. I don't see why we should fix something that is not broken. But I will talk to the executive committee. We'll come out with something and we'll bring it to you guys so we can put an end on how we're bringing people in.
Yep.
I mean, if you
I do want to say that just because you don't see a problem doesn't mean that the problem doesn't exist. Because I've had other people come to me and talk to me about this, and this is something that I vocalized to the group before. Is that I was lucky enough to even know Maria. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been considered to be here with you guys. So that's my perspective. Is that okay? Some people might not be viewing this as an issue, but I have a whole different group than you guys do, and so other people are viewing this kind of consistency with what they're identifying as handpicking or favoritism, which I have brought up to the board other times. So I guess that's my point. I'm not accusing anyone of this. I'm just saying that sometimes things look differently to other people from a different perspective.
And Ish, I can appreciate that perspective for sure. I'm sure people think that, right? There's no question about it. But I think we also have every right to pick whoever we want to pick, even we'll call it cherry picking, whatever. I appreciate your clarification that you didn't mean it to be derogatory, but that boards work that way. People do in fact cherry pick people that they think are a good fit for the board, that where the synergies there and all things equal, it'll be good. There's been times in our past where, man, it's been almost impossible to get anybody on the board. So we've also had that issue as well. One thing for sure, to open it up to anybody nilly-willy is going to really threaten the synergy of this group, which has always been a good one. So, I think it's incumbent upon us to, in fact, carefully select folks that we think are a good fit for our board, despite of what other people may feel. That's my opinion. And
when they do come to you, Ish, send them over to the president or me. Hey, talk to Rafa, talk to Linda.
Yeah.
I'm sure we know these people too.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you.
Send them over to us. I'm sure these people you're talking about, we know them as well.
Well, again, guys, I think that there's pros and cons to whichever process we choose to take, right? I mean, and that's just the fact of everything we do in life. But it sounds like at this point, this decision is going to be brought to the executive committee, and then if it is a conversation we need to continue, maybe we can continue it. But I honestly feel like we're spinning our wheels at this point, guys.
So yeah, this was all brought up because I was just getting some clarity. Someone, I think Diana or Linda offered clarity on whether or not, because I was talking about collaboration. So we can table this for sure.
Yeah, it sounds like a resolution has been put forth for it to go to the executive committee. Second point, I mean, it sounds like, I think the volunteer topic that came up, it sounds like, if I'm kind of gathering everyone's comment, that in reality, we are all trying to figure out a way to get more of our members involved with the activities that the board members are leading. Obviously, that's not written in the bylaws exactly how that approach is going to be taken, but it sounds like if anything, what the conversation is bringing to light is that we want to become more inclusive of our general membership in the activities that we all respectively lead. And I think everyone can agree to that. So it sounds like, you know, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like where we're leaning is that the chairs are responsible for trying to solicit help from others or to include other members into their activities. That's what I'm hearing.
It's an option.
Yeah. So just to be aware of that, and maybe we can just, you know, have that as an ongoing item in our agendas where we kind of talk about, take a moment to see if we've been able to try to be more inclusive of our activities with the general board member. Does that seem fair? So I feel like that has a resolution right now.
Yes, it's a good option to have as a chair, that you can select your own subcommittee and have them come and help you out. But on the one before, like I said, I'll bring it up with the executive committee, and then we'll bring it up to our next board meeting.
Thanks, Magda. I really do think that helped a lot. Just putting into perspective that it's just about trying to include our general members a little bit more. I think that's what we're all trying to get at.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
Jeanette.
Hello. Hi, Jeanette.
Good morning. Welcome back. You made it safely.
You made it safe?
Well, at least to my daughter's house, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for a while because the directions that GPS gave me to get home had no highways, all back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so fundraising.
We're reviewing the board positions, Jeanette, and when the next one was on the marketing chair, we just wrapped up a discussion about reaching out to our general membership to get them to volunteer within our committees, and that's pretty much it. We're going on to marketing, I believe.
Thank you.
The next one was marketing, actually. Yes, marketing ish.
I have no concerns of my own.
Okay, none. Social, David.
I think the next one is membership.
Membership.
Oh, yes,
Linda.
I'm sorry. Yes, membership. Jeanette, did you have it up?
Do I have what?
We're looking at the board positions. Just
Yes.
reviewing your responsibilities. Do you have any questions, anything that you want to add, or, you know?
Well, I guess I just really wanted people to understand that, you know, I am trying to make this a real membership position. You know, with my background having worked for a chamber of commerce, I am doing more than maybe people understand, and I hope they saw what I had written previously about that.
Yes, I saw your message, Jeanette, and I think at the beginning of reviewing the board positions, we clarified a little bit more that the president-elect and the president will be going through the EHN email and kind of delegating and responding to the messages appropriately from there. I don't that addresses one of the concerns that you brought up.
Oh, actually, mine was more about, I think I was supposed to be posting the events and things like that on the website.
Posting is what you're saying, right?
Wasn't it posting? Wasn't that what you had? What had been suggested that I do? That I be the one that takes that on.
Yes, that's what I thought as a membership, but it's not. So it's Rafa. It's taking over that now. So
okay, thank you.
You're good.
Thank you.
We're trying to, you know. So since since the president-elect is in charge of getting the host, so he's going to take over that and add Adam on wild apricot. Rafa, you said you might need some help on the wild apricot.
Wait, Ish, what are you gonna say?
I thought Gil was doing that.
Yeah, Gil's
Just
posting.
Yeah,
Gil's
he's handling the registration.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually posting. Yeah, I'm creating the event inside
the event. Okay.
Wild Apricot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then Janet, then there you have it.
Thank you.
Jeanette, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
As far as I want to get a little bit, maybe I can sit down with you and get a little bit more familiar with wild apricot, so I can help you with some of these concerns that or questions that come in um, from members. Obviously, since I'm sort of working with host as well, members, it kind of just does one of this, right? One of these. So, sort of as a backup to you, if you are not available, and I can go in there and just address whatever issue it may be.
Absolutely. And there's definitely a learning curve because there's a lot of back information that
Yeah.
I'll have to show you in Wild Apricot, because someone's saying, I can't register it says my membership's last. Well, yeah, your membership lasts in September, and you either have to pay your membership or you have to pay the non-member fee. So yeah, there's lots of little exceptions like that. So yeah, I'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'll add really quick. This one always comes up. Hey, I need to change out members. This person's not here. So we talked about doing a quick video tutorial like on how to do it. So we can just send that link out to our members. Hey, check this out. This is how you do it. Versus like us just telling them go out there. The host, because they're not familiar with that wild apricot at all.
Well, actually, Gil, for the past the January meetings where we tell people about how to use their membership, Gil has actually shown people on the screen several times how to do that.
Right, but we have this link.
They have that, incorporate that into an email that we send out to the members, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel on that.
Yeah, but we do the video because people they'll forget. Trust me, they forget, or the person doesn't go.
I'm just saying we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can use what Gil has already prepared.
Yeah, and it's true that every one of our members, everyone here has online bank accounts, online accounts, and we navigate those. That's what you do. If you forget your password, you'd go through the process. We're not dummies here. And
but they're on that all the time, Gil.
What's that?
They're on that all the time versus they're not on the all the time.
Well, this is.
It's easy.
Well, I'm just saying to make it easier. I mean,
I agree with you, Ralph. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying that if you want to do a tutorial video, please. I mean, that'd be great. I think that it's to do it visually. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes it easy for people to do it. No question about it. What I object to is that one of the reasons we picked something like Wild Apricot was to save us our volunteer time, because we were doing an enormous amount of hours in EHN, and Wild Apricot mainstreamed all that. And part of the hours is if somebody emails me, says, hey, I forgot my, so-and-so left my company. Could you add so-and-so? I'm like, no, you do that. Your bundle administrator does that. I don't do that. Sign in and do it. I mean, it's not that hard. And if we need to do a video for every single little entry, then let's do it. But, the idea was to free us here, the board, from things that really the members can do. I mean, that's why we're paying so much money for this thing, because it really saved a lot of time for all of us in terms of getting back to our jobs and our family and doing other things as well.
Right.
So
I'm not saying
I think Ish brought up a good point though earlier. I thought, could we put on our Wild Apricot site like FAQ, frequently asked questions, or tutorial videos, where then that way we can just say, hey, go to the page or whatever and look at frequently asked questions, gives you a breakdown exactly of what you need to do, or go to the tutorial, blah blah blah.
So David, I was gonna mention that. So I was updating some of our social media yesterday, and on YouTube we actually do have tutorials, but it's from our old website. So I think that one we can do that. We can make like a troubleshooting or FAQ landing page on our website. And then when people email us, say, thank you for emailing us. Please visit our frequently asked questions. If this website does not answer your specific question, please contact us here. I think that would be an easier way instead of having to go case by case. I think that might be the easiest way to handle that.
Right. I think that solves both. Like Gil says, he doesn't want us to babysit everyone. So all we have to do is just say, hey, go to the FAQ. It has everything you need to know. And if you don't find the answer, then email Gil and he'll take care of it.
But I mean, Gil did already prepare from the PowerPoint things that can be incorporated in whatever people want to create. He had it really nicely done, years ago.
Yeah, they're still coming up with the same questions. But the FAQ, like David said, is good. And then you put the link in there, they click on it, and it just, If it's
Yeah.
something that, needs to be
But
escalated, then we get
it's also a
involved.
matter of being a good example. I mean, we have board members who constantly say, will you register this person? Will you register this person? Will you send this person an invoice? We generate them an invoice, and
Right.
it's like, they need to be using this themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Even the board members need to be doing that.
You're right, because one thing I hear a lot from board members, how many people register for the meeting?
Good point. Good point.
Well, again, so that's something.
We also
President
have the Africa admin app on our phone.
But again, that's one thing we need to really hit hard at the next presentation. I guess that's probably later on the agenda. Our upcoming general meeting is what we're going to talk about, but I'll table that for later then.
I can work with Rafa and Gil in the meantime to create an FAQ landing page, so that way we can have it up and running for the meeting, so we can let everybody know that this exists now.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So membership, we're good. Social.
I'm glad to see someone was editing that doc, because I saw some of the fundraising wording was taken out of my position. That's the only thing I wanted out of the position, was just, I'm not the fundraiser. I mean, I collab with fundraising and marketing, but I don't think I should be in charge of any fundraising events. That's my opinion.
The Thanksgiving on the it says that you're restricted to Thanksgiving luncheon and summer picnic. So it doesn't say that the Thanksgiving. It doesn't say that the Thanksgiving is a main fundraising. So it's up to you how you want to, present it. If fundraising wants to, take over and say, we want this to be the main fundraising, then you just said, hey, look, it's on you now. It's going to be shipped to the to fundraising then, because it's up to you how you want to present.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, any fundraising event, I don't want to be in charge or.
Well,
but then do you not want to? Okay, because the fundraising at the Thanksgiving luncheon is what? Selling the tickets, the baskets, and the raffles and the 50-50, or that's the fundraising portion of the Thanksgiving luncheon. Well, the social cultural part of the Thanksgiving luncheon would then be like the theme. Would that be the guest speaker?
No,
or
I think
you want just nothing to do with it?
I want nothing to do. I want nothing to do with fundraising. Nothing. I don't
Right.
want to be.
So
I don't want to be the
trying to
lead.
clarify what part of it is fundraising and what part of it is the fun, make everyone happy and laugh part. Because I can be in charge of selling the tickets, or Elisa and I can be in charge of selling the tickets. Elisa and I can be in charge of getting the baskets. Elisa and I can be in charge of the 50-50 raffle. But are we also in charge of the guest speaker, the theme?
My opinion, if it's a fundraising event, then that's my opinion, that you guys would be in charge of everything. That's my opinion. I don't know. I mean, the group can. I don't know why social chair.
I agree. It would have to fall under
raising the money. Like, why do I need to go look for a guest speaker, or why do I need to lead the campaign when it's the fundraising event?
Let me step in here real quick. So I guess the way I've seen this always is that the social committee provides the avenue for fundraising to be possible, right? So for example, like the whole Let's Dance with Celia, like you coordinated this social event so that it's possible for the fundraising people to make money. But like and I might be wrong about this, I'm glad we're having this conversation. So in my head, like you're responsible for securing the location, securing the teacher that's going to teach us how to dance salsa. And that's pretty much, making sure there's refreshments and food there. So you provide the social event, you organize the social event, and you coordinate with the fundraising people about cost for tickets or whatever, but you're out of it. Like you're not responsible for selling the tickets. You're not responsible for trying to solicit sponsorship. You're just responsible for making the event possible. Kind of like a meeting planner. That's the way I see it. Meeting planner, but that's it. Everyone else is responsible for bringing that. I guess, and I might be wrong. You know what I mean? But this is, I think that's where we're kind of Yeah, I think we should
I
talk about it.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I think social culture, like the 4 events or however many events we had, none of it was, we didn't raise any money for it. The only one that we did charge was the dance lessons, only because it was going above our, it would have been above our budget, so we gave, because the instructor wanted to get paid. I mean, which was still a fair amount, but that's the only thing. But I didn't raise any money of any of the social events to say, hey guys, here, social culture brought in this amount of money. I got, my job is just to do social events, cultural events for the members. But when it comes to the gala or if it's not the gala and it's the Thanksgiving luncheon or vice versa, I think that all falls under fundraising, in my opinion. Now, if fundraising wants to give me a duty and say, hey, David, can you secure location and da-da-da, I'll do it. But I don't think social chair needs to be the head coordinator of it. That's my opinion.
Can I chime in here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to throw a wrench into the review of everyone's duties because I think this is always a helpful practice. However, in the budget proposal for 2024 and 2025, there's a proposal that I have in there for hiring someone to do some event planning for us, because I think maybe we have crossed into that need as an organization as we have grown, that will might alleviate some of this conversation, depending on how the group feels that financially what we're able to absorb. And so can I recommend that we maybe pause this part of the conversation, and then if we feel that we don't want to hire someone and can't afford someone, then we can come back to clarifying who's going to do what.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Diana.
Yeah. And
I'm
the
cool
only
with
thing I want
it.
to add to this is that I think the issue that we're having is somewhat of a theoretical issue. Like, I think we need to ask ourselves, these social events that we're having, are we having a subset of them to raise money and another subset of them to keep our members happy and entertain and network? You know, so I think we need to figure out the reason why we're having these social events, and it might be both. And I think depending on how we figure out what the purpose of these events are, maybe that will also help dictate how we move forward with this question of the fundraising situation. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and I think the social events, they're great opportunities to fundraise. They're both. They sort of they go together. Because again, you have a gathering of people. You can raffle off something. That's a good opportunity. But like David said, like that falls on fundraising. Hey, fundraising, I'm gonna have this event. You're more than welcome to bring in your raffle or whatever 50-50 you want to do there. But here's the event. As far as the Thanksgiving luncheon, that's a little bit more. We need to talk that out and figure that out. You know what Diana said, that might be an option. And again, doing that creates other concerns, but that might be an option. So yeah, we can sort of talk about this later, but for now,
well, we can talk about it in that context. If we talk about, bringing on somebody else, like within that context, maybe then we can kind of redefine the responsibilities for fundraising in the social committee in terms of these events.
Right.
Okay. Good issues, guys.
Yeah, I'm 100% with Diana, just paying someone from outside and have them give us a duty on what we can.
Oh, don't show your cards yet, Linda. Don't show your cards yet. That's for later.
So, okay, so where are we on now? Finance. That's it. Yay, we did it. Let me go back to the calendar.
You're on mute, Gil. You're on mute.
Motion to adjourn.
We still can't hear you.
Sorry, the next item of the agenda is executive committee report. Somebody sorted my agenda, so everything's discombobulated here.
What?
Who's touching Phil's agenda?
Sorry, it's a disaster. At least the numbers are there. And the next item is the executive committee report.
All right, guys. Costco has these little crackers, 2 grams of sugar. Costco. They're great. They're wafers.
There's your report.
Yeah, Dutch caramel vanilla. Highly recommend. Let us know when you're back on, Gil.
I'm on. I'm good. I just said it. Okay, for the third time. The next item on the agenda is executive committee report.
Sorry. Somehow I was mute. You guys couldn't hear me again, so I'm like, wait, hold on. Okay, executive committee. The report that we have, Rafa came up with the host. We Rafa, Marlene, and I met with Diana. We did the change, and so that was, you know, our duty to do. The next one was Rafa coming up with the host.
Wait, hold on. You know, Lynn, I'm sorry. Those are my items. Let me explain why I put them on there. The 23 host selection process. The reason I wanted to discuss this in December, but this just really wasn't the time or place. So I wanted to just make sure that we're all on the same page regarding that. So this next year in 2025, how are we going to pick the host? And Rafa, I loved your thoughts on that. In the past, we basically had just said, hey, first come, first serve. Whoever says, hey, I want to host, okay, you got it. And then when we run out of space, we run out of space. Is that how we're going to continue doing this, or are we going to go through a kind of a rubric and other things?
I think a rubric, because just of the demand. Before it was, I don't know before how it was, but maybe just from what I'm hearing, people want to host. And I bring it up to them, you should host. And sometimes that also helps a little bit. But I think we're gonna need a rubric, just because I know we're gonna get more than the amount of spots available.
Yeah, just be clear because that is a change. If you're changing it from first come, first serve to some kind of criteria based selection, then the members need to be clear that it isn't first come, first serve. Now they're going to be judged based on their ability to pay or ability to host. And that's a different monster. That means that not everybody is a level playing field, because now we're bringing in criteria. And I think as long as that's clear to them, I don't know how clear that was last time. So that's why I'm saying, I personally think it should be first come, first serve, like it's always been. It seems the fairest, but we'll talk more about it. We don't have to tease this out in terms of details now, but that was I brought that up. I wanted to see if we're thinking of changing that or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. Just because first come, first serve also opens up a whole, oh, I told you, I forgot. Oh man, I forgot. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when would I do this then? At the meeting? When do you want me? When do you want me to tell the people, like, okay, we're gonna follow a rubric based on criteria?
A general meeting. This coming up meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I still would like to have a more robust discussion.
Yes, before the
whether
meeting.
you even have a selection at all. I would like to talk more about and involve more board members on the discussion of first come, first serve. I don't think we've done it for years. I don't think it's that complicated, but and that's where I'm leaning towards. So before we make it, this is how we're going to do it, Rafa. I think I'd like to have a more fuller discussion by the board on that.
But it's got to be quick, like next week.
So
why?
So I just
hold on.
I wanted to touch on.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Why? Because it's already January.
No, we already got all our hosts for this year. It's done.
No, we're talking about for next year though.
Yeah.
But we should talk about it, like what we're gonna do, like not let it prolong.
Yeah. Our perpetual calendar has the date, and you're supposed to start selecting hosts, I think in September or somewhere around there. We need to start gathering interest.
That's what I'm saying. We should have the discussion now, like.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Not now, like right now, but next.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Yeah. Not now.
Now we got it.
Okay. Yeah. Not ahorita. Like soon. Yeah. Okay.
Another pending discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna keep track of all these pending discussions, and I don't know how long we're meeting for today, but we might actually get to some of these.
We'll talk, obviously, the exec committee with Gil and everybody, and we'll figure something out that's fair to everybody.
This is a good problem to have. I just want to point this out. It really is a good problem to have. I think before there's been struggle to find hosts, and I feel like now we're trying to figure out how to weed them out. So this is good.
Do you want to build a snowman?
And this could also be a discussion on whether or not we if we end up doing a selection process, might I suggest, we talk about whether or not we want to how much money we would need to be able to help out some of the smaller organizations who might not have the money to host, whether or not we want to fundraise to make a pot where we can pull money out of to help, those other organizations.
And I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what the process is to host. Is that just a conversation between, say, me at KCT and Rafa?
So let me, I wanted to speak before everyone else kind of start to speak. So the process that we did this past year was we sent out we notified the general membership at a general meeting that they were going to get an email that if they were interested in hosting, they can fill out this little Google survey. In that Google survey, it just required you to sign up for an informational meeting. So we had 3 informational meetings that were hosted by myself, Rafa, and Linda. So they were in the morning, evening, and online, so we can cover all of our tracks in that aspect. We created a PowerPoint to talk about what exactly is incorporated in hosting, because that was our main question was we're interested, but what does that mean on our end? What's our responsibilities and what are your responsibilities as the organization? We answered any immediate questions during the meetings. We even gave them a week after the meetings to provide any questions. And then we sent the final interest survey, which was the name of the organization, the point contact, if they're able to provide a venue, if they're able to provide food, and their top 3 months that they would choose. And we specified, and obviously I'm speaking on, and Rafa and Linda can correct me if not, but we specified during the meetings that we would focus on those 3 criteria that we're asking for. Are you able to provide a venue? Are you able to provide food? And what are your monthly preferences? And we did specify that we would send out a survey or a application for them to fill out if they needed assistance with any of those items regarding food or the venue. When we reached out to them, they all responded back to us. And from there, we went based on the way that they responded to that final survey. So if, for example, Senator Castro said that she was the second person to respond. She said she can provide a venue. She said she can provide food. And this is her top 3 ones. We gave her one of the top 3. And we did that in the order that they delivered. That is all on the drive. So anyone can look at that. But I just wanted to specify a little bit more about what we did last year, because the year prior, we didn't do any of this planning, and I kind of got stuck having to create this past calendar year. So sorry, I'm getting a little lost. So 2023 calendar year, just kind of who wants to host and just go in the spot. So,
and if anybody wants to see what Ish is talking about, it's hot linked in the agenda under host selection. The word host is hot linked to his document that he's talking about.
thank you. I didn't see that.
The second thing that I had here, 24 owner disregard, we already talked about that, and that's been taken care of. 23 inventory, I guess I don't have clarity. This was supposed to be done at the end of the year. Are all our items accounted and present? They accounted for? Anything missing? Anything broken? Anything stolen?
No, we are missing the camera, which Linda has.
Yes.
And we need a charger for the laptop. That's
the only thing missing.
Yeah.
That's the only thing missing. So, and the inventory, and again, that's hot linked in the agenda as well. Those are all the things that we own. The location for all of it, it looks like it's 204 DuPage. Obviously the camera is not.
No, it's Linda's somewhere.
No, it's in my office. I told Rafa will bring that, and along with some of the Christmas presents there from leftover.
Okay, talking about that, I have a box with a lot of the goodie bags. Can we take that to the next meeting and see who takes them? Or do something about that, because it's taking up quite a bit of space in the office.
That'd be good for the first meeting.
Yeah, okay, I'll take them with.
Yeah.
How many do you think we have?
I need to count them, but we at least have like 2 boxes. You know,
I would just put them out when people are checking in and they can just grab them, I guess.
okay.
Can we check that there's no like old flyers in there? Because I know there was like some flyers, so I don't know if it's like past the date or it was just to check, just to see if it's anything that is old.
We
Okay.
also need the name tags. They've been missing ever since that meeting. I think it was in May that I missed. Whoever was doing check-in, I don't know what happened, what they did with them, but we haven't had name tags since May.
We'll
I
get
guess
there soon.
my question is, did somebody go through each and every inventory and say, yes, we got this. Yes, it's here. Everything.
I
mean,
went through, I was
Rafa
there,
did.
I was there yesterday, Gil.
Yes.
Okay, you were there yesterday. Does that mean you went through each item? I guess I haven't gotten answers to this. This is why I want to make sure that I'm clear, because this is thousands of dollars now at this point. Before it wasn't as important. We had a banner and we had a podium thing, but you know, we've got a speaker that's $200. You know, is it still there? Does it work? You know, that kind of stuff.
I did a visual check. I did not use the sheet you have here. But
So how do you know what's in there then? I mean, how do you know that what's on the sheet match what's in the notes?
because I didn't use the sheet. I've been based off what I've seen in the past. So the answer to your question is no.
Okay, got it. That I would encourage that, and that should have happened between Lulu and Linda last year. That's a president thing. When they give the PO box car and they all that stuff in the perpetual calendar needs to happen on that annual meeting. So I would feel better given the fact that we spent thousands a couple years ago on all this stuff, just to
Go over
make
the list.
sure that that stuff is there and working. We always are losing things, people, and we don't stay on top of it. What happens is people goes, oh gosh, I don't know. I think after the Thanksgiving luncheon, it was a big rush and it might be in my garage. I don't know. And we lose stuff. And now we got expensive stuff, and that's what I don't want to lose. So
I will be with you, Rafa, to go over.
and I'd be happy to help you guys if you want, just so you know.
Yes, yes, go, because you know what these things are.
Yeah, I'll be absolutely, just let me know.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then the timekeeper. Anybody want to be a timekeeper this year?
We like you to be the timekeeper.
You
Yeah,
do
the
such an
members don't.
amazing job. I don't think anybody can tap that and fill those shoes. I don't know. It's just your love for that.
We need to get him El Chacal outfit though this time.
I know, right?
Now I feel like David. Now I feel like David. In perpetuity.
He'd be shining like a star and blowing his horn.
Okay. All right. That's all I had then.
Yeah, no, that falls on you. They don't laugh at us. They're like, yeah, right, yeah, I got 5 more minutes.
To continue.
Yeah, that's your thing. Hello. Nobody can speak over there.
Everybody's looking at Gil like, is it my time? Is my time up? They already know you're taking the time. So
Hey,
they're
Linda,
done.
do you have the camera and the pictures from the Thanksgiving luncheon? Is that what was said? Did those ever get posted? The pictures from the Thanksgiving luncheon?
I think so. I sent my niece took some of the pictures and I sent the link to Ish.
Yeah, we all
Okay.
got that. We all got that. There was a link
Yeah.
to it. It was a Google Google Drive folder.
Oh, I might
Yes,
just
I
be
did send
behind
it.
then.
Yeah, and I responded
sent
to
it
that
too.
saying that we didn't get access to the Google Drive folder, and I haven't got a response.
Oh,
Right, because I haven't seen any
So I
of the
clicked
pictures
on
either.
it and said we didn't have access.
Oh, you didn't have access? Okay. I don't know
Through
how
the
to do
Elgin
it.
Hispanic
I know I
email.
have access.
I think you just have to edit the
Share it. Maybe
viewer.
you put it on the G drive.
If anything, we can just talk about it over the phone and get it.
Sorry, I was
away.
just curious because I hadn't seen any.
I put it in the
Thanks for-
chat, the link that I saw.
Okay. Thanks, Gil. Treasurer report. Marlene?
I don't have a report really. As Linda has said already, we did change over signers. I am in possession of the checkbook. I have copies of the sales tax exempt certificate for each and every one of you that I hope you will put in your wallets and remember to use every single time that we do anything.
Thank you.
So I planned on giving those all to you today, but
Hey,
next meeting.
on that, Marlon, I don't know what number that tax ID is connected to, because every time we try to use it, they kept on telling us to enter a phone number, and I don't know whose number we're using. Or
No, it never worked. But didn't we update that to my phone, David?
we might have, but I'm just saying. I mean, hopefully it works. Just FYI, then everyone who does use it, you might have to use Linda's phone number if they ask for a phone number.
Were you using the tax exempt number or the EIN number?
No, the thing Jeanette gave us, the tax exempt form or whatever, when we went to Target, we tried to give it to
the
them.
sales tax exempt. That's the Illinois.
Yeah, the
state one.
Yeah,
not
that
the
one.
federal.
That's
No,
what
not
I'm
the
talking
federal.
about, right? Isn't that what we're talking about? That Marlene was going to give us?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
I will
I'm
look
telling you,
into it.
at Target, they were like, well, you need to put a phone number. And we were like putting all these phone numbers we couldn't figure out. But then I think they just had Linda go to customer service, and then she just kind of attached it to her number. I believe so.
Yes, but that's just at Target, because we only use that at Target, because that's where we go to buy the stuff for the baskets.
And honestly, I don't know, how often we all use it. Obviously, Linda, Martha, myself will probably be the ones using it more often. But obviously, social, David, when we have socials and we do after-hour things, things will be purchased. So, FYI, as your new treasurer, I will question you every time that you've paid taxes. So,
thank you. Police.
Marlene, quick maybe idea. Why don't you create a channel or something on Slack and just upload that document? So it's there, and we need to use it, we can just pull it up.
Okay.
You've always had electronic access to it. So, but the important point is that before you even walk in the store, maybe even the day before you do that, you need to contact the place and make sure that the arrangements have been made ahead of time, that they'll accept it, whatever forms they have or registrations that they have, that it's already been done. Because most places you just can't walk in and flash it and get it done.
Right.
Thank you, Jeanette. Yeah.
Just go to customer service.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one will be awards. I did say that Maria sent in the new updated application, because I wanted to make sure the application was done, because we have to send it out for next month.
So we actually have a more updated document. Let me go ahead and send that to everybody.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, the award document?
Yeah, it's the one that you just looked at, Martha.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, except for that just made changes.
Yeah, because we had some. Yeah, we had some input from Magda, Gil, myself, and Maria to update it. Also, because this past cycle when we did it all online, people really wanted a PDF fillable version of it, and so I wanted to edit this to make it a little bit more easier to make it a PDF fillable one. Thank you, Gil, for that help. I might need your help again on that, so I'm going to send it to the board right now.
Thank you.
And that's a great Ish, because trust me, you can't understand some of these people's handwriting sometimes.
Yeah.
Being PDF fillable, it's just gonna be cleaner.
It is.
So then, are we talking awards now? I'm sorry, did we just jump agenda items? Are we done with treasurer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so I don't think Maria's on, so I'll kind of step in here a little with questions. So it sounds like there's, and I should know this and I don't, are we trying to get this out by the end of next week or something?
Linda?
I thought we were getting it out today.
Okay. Okay.
Gil, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm typing in notes and I don't want to bother everybody, but so I apologize. Yeah, our perpetual calendar says that in February, we're to release the high school scholarship apps,
Yes.
which means obviously in January, we draft it.
Okay, so next month.
Okay, that sounds more like it. Okay.
But are we announcing it at the meeting on the 24th? Then we need to say that as well, so people know.
Yep,
Yeah.
we can do that. Okay, good. And then we have 3 awards this year. I want to confirm with us. Is that what we're planning on doing? I know it's
Yeah, there's-
waxed and waned in the past.
Yeah, there's 3 in the proposed budget
Okay.
and 2 adult scholarships in the budget too.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we good with awards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fundraising. Elisa and Julia. I have here, I put in their gala, so we still didn't vote in. We still haven't really talked about it and see what, you know, if it's gonna happen, if we're gonna make it happen. What are your what ideas do you guys have, you two?
In terms
Yeah,
of the gala, or I guess I'm kind of confused in the question. In terms of the gala or the fundraising ideas?
Both.
Okay, well, I don't think I can just talk about the gala without any numbers on how much you want to spend on that. And then again, I think that comes up with the question on like we need to figure out whether or not we're bringing an outside person in for the Thanksgiving luncheon, and we would I would prefer if we brought them in for also the gala.
Yes.
If that's gonna happen. I have a list of about 6 different ideas for fundraising this year, fundraising events, to put on for the community and for our members. And that's what some of these I presented to Elisa last year, when we talked about me joining her this year. But it was kind of short notice to be able to kind of execute any of these. So now that we have more time, I'm hoping that we can. I have some smaller events on my list, such as like collaborating with a local restaurant and trying to get them to, donate a percentage of their sales for that evening, which I think would be fun to, invite our network, our members to, and also the community, let them know a little bit more about EHN and what we do with the money, and see if they be interested in joining. That'd be a good way to recruit. Also have some smaller ones that might not bring in a lot of money, but I think would be good, which would be to like host a like a college readiness event where we can have like it'd be a way to advertise our scholarships, but also to offer any advice to the Hispanic youth in the community and let them kind of impart knowledge, and especially since we have so many different fields within our organization, and then like have a jar or something, or go around and offer or ask for donations, or have something to raffle off at that event. Also have on here some more bigger items. I liked David's idea of doing a dance night. And I know we asked our members to pay, and so this wouldn't be like a social event, this would be bigger. I thought of like doing a dance marathon. Like we would have different Latin music playing, and we would be able to ask organizations to have teams, and whoever stays on the dance floor the longest,
Will
and
you have a
raise the
chacal
most
in there?
money. Huh?
Will you be having El Chacal in there?
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is? El Chacal from Sábado Gigante.
We'll have
No.
Gil be the one.
with the broom.
Oh, I do. The yes, I do know the fuera guy, right?
Yeah,
The
fuera,
mask
yeah.
one. Yeah, yeah. That would be funny. Um,
Guys,
but so
before, sorry, Julia, I'm sorry. But before we go into this, because it's going to take a little long for, talk about this one. W- I have I invited someone to do an icebreaker. She'll be joining in like 4 minutes. I have Brittany Walker. So we can have like a little game or something. Just, if is everyone okay with that?
Sounds
yeah,
good.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yep.
Just to have our minds a little off, and then we
You're
can
the
come back.
president.
We're back, with full of energy. So
Sure.
I just sent her the link, and I told her, at 11. So go ahead, Julia. I mean, we still got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Julia,
And Mr. Secretary, I'll send you a more official document so that everyone can review my ideas and also suggest because I see you taking some notes. But so a dance marathon, I thought that would be a great way for us to get our bodies moving and also raise some money. Also, again, pulling from David and his rice is rice, kind of saying, I thought we could do like a rice cook-off. A lot of people do chili cook-offs. I think a rice cook-off would also be a fun way to raise money. Then we do our auction, and if we do that at the Thanksgiving luncheon, that'd be great. But if we don't, then talking about having a silent auction, I think that would also be nice and pretty simple to just create a web page and send that out to our members, and they can bid on what they want. I also thought for the summer, I know Lisa has done a fundraiser with the Cross Kicks Fitness. I think another fun way to also get our bodies moving and outside and raise money would to have like a soccer tournament. So also teams. These are just and so I would need a bigger budget with fundraising because I don't think we've had much of a budget in the past from what my discussion with Linda and Elisa was last time. But all of these I don't think that they would be too hard to execute, and I don't think our budget would need to be exponential. But yeah, that's just some of the ideas that I had. Feel free to chime in with any other suggestions. When it comes to the gala, again, I think I would need to have some more direction on how big we want it, how much the organization is going to spend, and how much we want to make in return, and what we're doing with the money that we get, so that we have a better idea of how to advertise what we're raising money for, if we're gonna expand on what we're already spending the money on.
And I think a lot of those are really great ideas, and that's going to be great. And I think we'll definitely tag team and work together for sure. In regards to the soccer idea, I also thought about volleyball, having like a volleyball opportunity of doing. There's like gyms that we can, like at the center, that you can pull up, that they could do like open gym, and you can do volleyball. So I thought a lot of people are always asking us to do activities or what's going on. They want to do something after work, and we don't always have. It's not just about meetings and having meeting. I think having like a volleyball time where we can go play, and it'll be like a small fee to help us pay for the gym, which is usually not that much. So I think like once a month maybe, or something of that sort is what I had thought as well. The soccer thing is also good, but I think the soccer team, people are a little more skeptical, so they might hurt themselves, but I think that's a great opportunity. I didn't think about that, so that's really good. And then the other, I'm sorry?
Another one that's picking up is a pickleball.
Yeah, and that's exactly the pickleball is something that's new, and it's really happening, and that's another great opportunity to do
I
it.
think Ish also suggested dodgeball. I've done dodgeball tournaments. They're a lot of fun. And
Which
the
one is
center
it?
of Elgin is also all the things that we need for a dodgeball tournament. It would just be the fact of renting the space. So if we didn't, if we wanted to see how it goes with a tournament for the first round, and just do a dodgeball one to see how it goes with, you know, recruiting teams, I think that one would be really easy to,
Yeah.
and also the volleyball one to execute.
Sound like
Yeah.
fun.
I know, Julia, and Elise, I think you guys said that you're gonna send out a document with your ideas and an opportunity for us to share. But I was wanting to bring this up during the retreat because I know that AID is doing like a Dancing with the Stars theme fundraiser, and I think that we would be really great to do that with like a Latinx Hispanic flair. I think that we can get our members to participate. I think that we can get sponsorships. I think we can get families involved. So I wanted to throw that idea out there. I don't want to steal someone's idea, but we can always, you know, again, why reinvent the wheel when you can just, you know, work on what we can create. And I think that that would be a really good seller. I actually talked to Rodrigo, and he said that he has a handful of dancers that would do it for free, since it would be like a huge free promotion for them to do as well. Just wanted to throw that out there for the group.
And that's
Great, thank
actually
you.
great because the other thing I was thinking of trying to do like dance classes. I know he's Rico is they were trying to do he's doing some kind of dance, and maybe something that we can do and help him at the same time help us try to get some fundraising and work together with him as well. So there we go.
You guys mentioned a cross kicks event. I was actually gonna do a social event, probably in February before spring break. It's gonna be called Get the F Out. So it's gonna be get the fat, get the fatigue, get the funk out of your system. So I don't know if you guys want me to do that just social, or if you want me to incorporate a fundraising part with that, or we just have a raffle at that event. But that was gonna be my first social event, was Get the F Out. And then
Yeah, and I think Rafa made a good point earlier about how you can let us know when you're doing events, and we can try and figure out how to incorporate a fundraising part of it. So I think that would be a great opportunity to, you know, be like, hey, hope you enjoyed the cross kicks class. You know, if you'd like to make a donation, we're here. Or, you know, we could put together a basket and be like, if you go to the event, you'll and you buy a ticket, we'll be raffling off this basket with a yoga mat and a water bottle and all of the things that we usually do. Just another way to if we're
for
doing
sure
even,
that yeah, I'll talk to Jasmine and Jesse. Hopefully they're at the event or at our next meeting. If not, I'll go out and reach out to them, tell them what we're trying to do, and then I'll probably connect with Ish. I'll connect with Ish in regards to marketing and stuff like that. All right.
Yeah, just let us know and we can figure out a way to raise money during that event without making people pay to cross kick if that's not the goal.
Right, cool. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. No, I'm joking.
Hey, Gil, is Brittany, she's still not in?
Hold on. She will be any second. Sorry, I feel like I'm trying to
land plane
for a helicopter here. I got a million things going on.
Hey, Brittany, can you hear us?
You're doing great, Gil. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Julia.
Brittany, is she mute?
She's muted.
I think she's still logging on, Linda.
Okay.
She is muted. Oh.
There she is.
Yeah, I'll check if she's in. Como la flor.
She loves Selena. That's what he's saying that.
Oh, I'm like, who's David singing?
Beady beady bum
Beady,
bum.
beady, bum, bum.
I was waiting to see who was going to say that.
Beady 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 beady.
She can't hear you. I'm not hearing anything. That's what she
You
said.
can't hear me singing, girl. Beady, beady, bum, bum. I could fall.
Hey, while we wait for her, can somebody clarify? I guess I'm still not sure. Are we doing a gala and a Thanksgiving luncheon? Are we not doing that, or is it just not settled yet?
Not settled yet.
Not settled.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't think
thank
it's
you.
settled.
Okay.
Is it on the agenda for today?
She's unmuted now. David, go ahead. See,
Are you,
Hi,
if you're
Brittany.
able to hear me? I can't hear anything.
Como la
So I'm still
flor.
checking into that. Sorry.
Can you hear that? Como la flor.
I
think she
think
can
what
hear
Linda
us.
had talked to me about, Gil, in regards to your question, which is why we still haven't figured it out yet, is whether or not we're doing both. Because just to use Centro as an example, they do a smaller luncheon, but and then they do their gala at towards the end of the year. So that we could do both. It's just a matter of whether we have the money, whether we want to spend the money, and then who's doing what. I think that's all encompassed within that conversation of, whether or not we're doing one or the other or both.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So yeah. Hi, Brittany. She's muted again.
Hi,
Brittany.
everyone.
Hello.
Everyone, this is Brittany, my bestie, and she's got some icebreakers for us. Brittany, what do you have for us?
So I see lots of cameras off. So the game that I had does require cameras on, so we can omit the game and just do the icebreaker. I'm fine with that. Or we can let me know if you guys want to turn cameras on, but it will require cameras on. So let me know.
Seems like some of us are naked, Brittany. So, it may not be pretty.
That's fine. We can start with the icebreaker, which does not require cameras. So really quick, other than being Linda's bestie, I'm Brittany Walker. I know at least half of you. I've met several of you. But quickly about me, I'm from the Elgin community. That's why I know many of you from participating in events, including some EHN events. So very happy to be here. Hi, everyone. The icebreaker that I'm going to do is a series of fun questions so that you all can get to know each other even better. Like I said, I've been to EHN events, so I know that you all know each other very well. But hopefully some of these questions will be fun for you all to learn a few more things about each other. So I'll go one by one. I have it's seriously just questions and answers. I'm going to ask you to put, when I call on you, you're going to put a number in the chat between 1 and I think I have 23. Then that number for that person is taken. So no one else can take that number because all these questions are numbered. Does that make sense? So if I were to call on Gil says I want number 7. I'm going to ask question 7. That's no longer an option. So we'll put it in the chat so that everyone can see what numbers have been taken. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go based on the order on my screen. And I have Raphael first.
All right, Raphael.
Question. And actually it's 1 through 20. So pick any question 1 through 20 and put the number in the chat. You can also say it, but just so we have a running list.
1.
So Raphael, number 1. Okay. Your question is, what's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you in public?
I'm so glad we're recording this meeting. I'm so glad.
You picked a great one to start us off with.
Good one for Linda.
Are we back?
Me.
All right, guys. That was a little fun. Now we know it's 3 people that don't like mint chocolate ice cream.
Crazy.
You can add me to that list.
Oh,
I also don't like mint
get
chocolate.
bigger. Now let me open my stuff.
Mint Oreo is better.
I don't like mint chocolate either.
Oh, there you go. So can we before go back to fundraising and talk about the gala or whatever? Can we jump to finance before that?
Finance is next on our agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, I think fundraising is done for now. I didn't have anything else to add. Elisa, did you?
Can I share my screen?
Hold on, let me get that to happen.
I can hand it back over to you.
Yeah,
Bill.
I have to make you host.
Okay,
Done.
thanks. So before we jump into the 2024 budget, one of the things that I did before while handing over the checkbook to Marlene, was wrap up 2023. And we never really had a chance to go through that. And so I want to go through that with a group. I sent out a PDF report, and I also put up a year-end reports folder in the shared Google Drive that has detail for every Thanksgiving luncheon item. So this is an amount of what was actually what actually happened in 2023, and I just kind of wanted to go through it and see if there were any questions about this first. We came in above budget for membership, so awesome job everyone, bringing in more people. Thanksgiving luncheon brought in 50% more than budgeted, which is amazing. Overall donations, pretty close. Total revenue, we were 32% over. And then for expenses, the total was, we came in at 80% of expenses. So we made more money and we spent less money, which means that we overall have a net revenue of almost $13,000. There is $1,000 out of the Thanksgiving luncheon that has to get reimbursed to Elgin Community College, actually, because they double paid for their sponsorship. And it's not that they sent me 2 invoices and then I deposited. It's that they sent a check payment, and then somebody also went online and paid on Wild Apricot an additional $1,000 around the same time. So that's on them, but they do need that extra $1,000 deposit returned. So that's the only adjustment that I can think needs to be made of right now. Any questions about this or about any particular expenditure related to Thanksgiving luncheon that you guys might have concerns about?
I do have a question really quick, sorry. Do you
fine.
remember who from ECC was the one who paid the $1,000 online? Was it a point of contact or was it accounts payable?
There's an email that I can forward to you, Maria, from Lulu.
Okay.
Because she was the one who identified the issue, actually, because I think she's the one who got the receipt for it and was wondering what it was for.
Yeah, I don't understand why it went to Lulu. Yeah, we've been having issues with that, with sponsorships through ECC, because technically we shouldn't be paying things online. It should be going through the process of a requisition, and it's supposed to be paid via check, which is the process I did. And the check really got sent and delivered, and that's you confirmed that. So I don't know who is this extra person that is trying to do things online when in reality, accounts payable doesn't want us to do that. They want us to go through the process of requisition, because then that's more documented and it's more secured. So if you're able to, because if it's a point person, I don't mind having a conversation with that person, because in the past it might have been that was the easiest way, but moving forward they're just very strict about that. So I wouldn't want to get in trouble for it, and I'm not. It's just that I want to avoid that in the future. So if you have that email,
I'll forward it to you. And I know there was conversation about using some kind of corporate card, and I don't remember who sent that forward. Or
it's so interesting.
I'll forward it to you.
They're so against P cards, because through EPD I was using my P card for everything and they loved it because it was so easy and convenient. Now at ECC I literally have to wait through the requisition process, and the check sometimes takes 2 weeks. And even though I don't like it, I have to do that process because that's the process established by the college. So I'm like, who is this person that has a card? Like I kind of want to know, but not for anything bad, just so that we can clarify that and it doesn't happen again in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Diana.
Yeah, no problem. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands. I mean, obviously we spent more on food catering because we had more people there than expected, and so that's a good problem. We did go over budget on other expenses, and there's detail of that in the G Drive.
Yeah, that was my what I wanted to look at. I got the transaction report up, and the lion's share, it looks like it's the after party and the water bottles.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the lion's share of the overture.
Yep.
Do you, David Ish, do you know if we're going to need to adjust the budget for 24 to add? Are we doing the same thing again, or?
I think it depends on what we end up doing. If it's a gala or if it's a luncheon. I think a gala, we probably won't have to do it if it's a gala. But if it's a luncheon, I think that the giveaway bags were a good idea. So I would advise to add it.
Yeah, same here. If it's a gala, I don't think we'll have an after party because it is the after party. But if it's a luncheon, then we might have an after party.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
But are we talking numbers for 24 or no, Diana? Are you just recapping 23?
I'm just recapping 23 because we haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Okay, just want to make sure.
But if there's any other questions about this, I will move on to 24 now. So let me close out of this and move over to the proposed budget that I sent out. Excuse me. So what I did was I took the actuals from the last 2 years. So here's 2022 and here's 2023. And and I put in some proposed numbers for 2024. So Linda, last year it took us until March, I think, to confirm these numbers. And I'm not sure what process you want to do for this year. We can go through it line by line item, just to give people an idea of what's in here. And then I think it would be best to give people time to put their plans together so that we have something confirmed up by February, maybe at earliest.
Yes.
Okay.
I would, yeah, because what I do want to go, line by line, and then give also the people time so they can give us their budget. So the goal is
not to approve it today, but let me just kind of walk us through it a little bit. Okay, so what I did was I took the number of memberships from 2023, and then I increased them at the rate of $120 each instead of $80. And that's why there's an increase in revenue for memberships overall here.
Right. It's a little nice. A nice increase.
I lowered the amount for line item 3,300 because this is actually money that comes in from people who don't RSVP, and we're kind of hoping that more people RSVP, right? Which means that it would be less money coming in this particular line item. But I mean, that's pretty arbitrary. I took almost the same numbers for Thanksgiving luncheon, and we can have a conversation about luncheon and gala when I get to the 2-year cash flow sheet, which is in the same document here. But I took almost the same numbers from Thanksgiving luncheon here for 2024 from this year. I guess it turns out to be a little bit less, but the group can adjust that. The other special event and fundraising events that were included in here in the actuals from 2023, and there was nothing for 22 because we split up Events, and these were completely new line items last year, so there wasn't anything to track prior to 2023. But it's basically Loteria and Baila Conmigo was here, and then the CrossFit charity workout was here. And that's for income, not for expenditures. For donations, let's see here. We came in at about $4,700, and so a lot of that money was designated for scholarships. Money came in for scholarship baskets and for the dinner. And, you know, Maria and Magda can adjust these numbers, but I just wanted to start off with some kind of ballpark to help with overall, for overall budgeting purposes. So overall proposing a total revenue that is a couple $1,000s more than what we brought in this year. And you can see the trend continues to be increasing here.
That's it.
Okay, so for on the spending side, I tried to stick with similar numbers from 2023 for most things. I'm hoping to transition us to the TechSoup QuickBooks finally subscription, and so I have to talk with Marlene about that, but that will be less money that we spend on QuickBooks. I guess technically this note needs to be cut and pasted here because it's for QuickBooks, not for insurance or Zoom. So, you know, minimum close to $5,000 just for operations to run this organization, just minimally. There's money in the scholarship budget for 3 traditional scholarships at $1,500 each, and 2 non-traditional scholarships of money. The actual amount from 2023, it was actually more, but we got $2,000 refunded to us. And I put that back into that pot, so that sort of carries over in our bank account for 2024.
Diana, does that mean that we can use those $2,000 for 2 $1,000 scholarships if we wanted to for traditional?
The money's there. However you want to split it up or not is completely up to you and Magda.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good decision that we can talk about and discuss. Okay. Thank you, Diana.
Yeah, that's up to you. Okay. So for marketing, there wasn't a lot of expenses actually, other than Facebook post boosts and the web hosting. The banner for the Thanksgiving luncheon was put into the Thanksgiving luncheon budget, not into the general marketing budget. As I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, people who have been around for a while, these line items like podium, tablecloth banners were put in some years ago just because we had to get new items. And so in addition to the technology list of inventory list, I hope that there's also an inventory of these items that someone has, because
So we do have a podium sign and we do have a tablecloth. I think we're gonna have to order a new banner because the banner that we have is currently broken. From the one that I know that we're aware of, the one that pulls out, the accordion banner. So I'll look into some banner options, but the podium sign and tabletop we might not even need. I would love to incorporate those costs into advertising. The reason I didn't utilize my full advertising budget is because I wanted to follow up on the credit card issue. Because it's hard to keep track of the expenses because they don't go, like, for example, if I run an advertisement for $200, it just doesn't charge me $200. It charges me like increments of like 10, 30, 40, and it was really hard to keep track of it and on comparison with the other advertisements I was running for other groups. So I just wanted to be sure. That's why I stopped it. We'll figure that out. But I would love to incorporate those to like the additional $300 on ads if we can.
Yeah, Question, do you know if Facebook takes debit cards instead of credit card, or does it have to be a credit card?
It has to be a credit card. So right now I was
I
using my credit card on there.
I would be safer with it being a credit card than a debit card if we're doing anything
True.
on Facebook or whatever,
Yeah,
just for fraud stuff and things like that.
yeah, yeah, good point.
My other thing on the tablecloth, I don't know if we want to buy a new one, maybe a black one instead of a white one. If not, if we want to keep the one that we have, then can we use that money to dry clean that bad boy?
Where is it?
I think we've been using the white tablecloth, right, Jeanette?
Yeah, she washed it.
Yeah,
She
I
washed
actually
did-
watched, shouted it to death. So I mean,
did you?
not-
I mean,
yeah, I did. Yeah. I
but
shouted it.
is it dirty still, or does it look decent?
It
Or
might
I
have
mean,
one little mark. It might have one little mark since it was clean, but it's clean.
okay, no, then that's fine. I was just curious. I was gonna say let's just
Yeah, it's
buy a
pretty easy
black
to
one
clean.
instead of a white one.
Yeah,
But if she cleaned it, then that's fine. I'm cool with
And
it.
a white one's easier to clean because a black one, if you try to shout stuff out on it, then it'll have gray instead of black.
But just to confirm, where physically who has those items right now? Is it Ish?
So the majority are at my office, Diana. Me,
Oh,
Gil, and Linda are gonna do a formal inventory check.
yeah, okay.
And just pretty much, I would say 90% of the stuff is there, but we're gonna confirm that
Okay,
that it's there. So
okay. I saw tech things, equipment on the list, but I didn't see these items, and so I just want to make sure that they're added to the list, maybe. But notice overall, Ish, that I threw in more money in here, even though you didn't spend it all this last year, just because marketing, we might need to get some new items, and maybe there's even more than that you want to propose for the group later. But
Yeah, I think that also an important thing was to identify that the luncheon or maybe the gala marketing is incorporated into my existing budget, because I think that's what we got caught up in last year, that there's no separate marketing budget for the luncheon or any event. So it's all incorporated into that. So yeah, that's why I think that maybe we need a little bit more money, especially if we're going to be doing a gala.
okay. Board meeting food, that's money that we spent at our Christmas gathering in 2020. Which we didn't this last December because Lulu cooked for us, but I'm keeping $500 in there in case we want to do that this coming December. Okay, so here's where we might want to have some conversation. Well, for you to have conversation and bring recommendations back, because I don't want to repeat conversation that we already had this morning necessarily. But what I did put in here was I increased, just as a proposal, membership food for membership meetings, which I know has been a continuing conversation. And I was estimating 3 months that we host, January, June, and December, at around $800 for each time that we host. And then also assisting our members with membership space rental fees. Now, I used a $200 rental fee times 10 meetings, which basically are 10 meetings where we are not. For June is at the picnic, and then November we're at ECC. So it's basically everything out the 10 other months. I used a $200 rental fee because the rental fee for the Heritage Ballroom, for example, for a couple of times was $125. And I don't know why it's increased to $300 for this particular month. That's a pretty big increase percentage wise. So I know that Rafa was going to talk with them about the getting a regular fee established for us. But thinking if we cover the rental fee, that sort of does help with that previous conversation related to leveling out the playing field for people to host, because then they don't have to cover at least that part, then they just have to cover food. So that's just a proposal in there. And then social event support, David, there's a lot more money here because, and note the note in here is a bit statistically accurate because David's awesome.
Here.
So Deanna, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So I think it was the October board meeting, the group had voted and decided that we were going to send an invitation to Zion Lutheran Church in Frida's party room. That in stuff in like, you know, if they let us use their space, that we will cover the expense of their membership for the year. Can we incorporate that on there so we have that budgeted out? I'm assuming it's not. It's like $240 for two people, right? Or two organizations.
Yeah, I know. I think I remember. I think I just saw Zion already pay for their membership at $120 actually. So I don't know when you sent that, but I know that they paid already for 2024.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember that because we were talking about how, you know, obviously it's like, I think it's like $350 for the center. And Zion Lutheran and Frida's Party Room were willing to let us use their space for free. And when we were talking about that, we were like, the least we can do is, you know, cover their costs.
Yeah,
so that way
I
we
think
can
that's a
help them.
very nice, I think that's a good proposition and it helps save us money in the end. So if there's a group, so as you guys are looking through your calendar of monthly membership meeting hosts for the year, maybe that's something that you can establish ahead of time. You know, this is just a proposal. If you want to lower it, that's great. But I just wanted to cushion it up to be a benefit to the members as a proposal again, to level the playing field so that more people would have the opportunity.
Diana, can you hear me or no?
Yeah.
Okay, just quick clarification. So the 2,000 that I saw you budget for me, that's just for if I do 4 social events, right? That doesn't include the summer picnic and the year end, right?
Correct.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But I can't ask for more?
You can ask for more. Group would have to approve that. So for Thanksgiving luncheon, and I'm just keeping with the traditional activity here, just for budgeting proposal purposes right now. I increased the food catering, thinking we spent more this year because we got more people. So I'm expecting this. Hopefully we can keep that up. It's always good to aim high, which means that we will have a higher catering bill. Although we should be very careful to make sure that if they're adding extra plates on the day of, right, that whole situation, we gotta watch out for this next year. Printing and other expenses I lowered because, you know, some of the things that we ordered were it looked like they were last minute. So there was like rush fees and shipping fees that were almost as much as the items that we ordered. So moving forward, I know Madeline's going to do an awesome job of helping us be smart with our purchases and not paying tax on anything. So I actually lowered that as a proposal so that our expenses can actually overall be lower than this year. So that brings us to a total expenditure proposal of $33,586, which with a net revenue of just over $8,000.
Nice.
So what I propose when I sent this out to the group, you can go in here and change a number, and then we can review and then make a note next to the note, just so the group knows that who put the change in here, and why, and then we can review it at next month's meeting. But I want to, before we move on, show you kind of a little dream that I'm putting together with numbers for us. I was thinking, okay, the balance in our bank account as of December 31st was just under $50,000. Okay. Our operating budget is under $50,000. So I think we can still turn in the easy 990, but I'm going to get a verification of that from Don Hop once I reach out to him, hopefully in the next week, from Hop Accounting Services, who did our audit a couple years ago. So if we approve the proposed income from the proposed budget that I just went over with you, and expenses, And then I added in, I know you guys have been talking about a gala. I want to talk about a leadership conference. And I'm just playing with ballpark numbers here because I don't have all the details worked out. It's just kind of an overall vision that I want to propose to the group. But say that we get 300 people and we charge them $99 each to register for this thing. That it would bring in that amount of money. And of course there would be expenses related to not right here. Expenses would be estimated $12,300. So it would be a major revenue activity for us. I think more than the Thanksgiving luncheon, and also very beneficial to the leadership development that I feel needs to happen within the Hispanic community here locally. But then, so that's one dream. The second dream is color coded here in red, which is we keep going. I know I did numbers before, but I thought, well, we keep making more money, so I'm going to try it again, and then maybe have that person be part-time, even more than before. So EHN administrator or event planner. And I'm thinking we pay that person 50 weeks overall with a couple weeks vacation, or maybe more than that. 20 hours a week at $25 an hour is not very much money, but it's something. And you know, and I put in a percentage just that I use uniformly when budgeting for other programs in my other work. So came up with that number. And this is not a formal job description, but it's just a list of the kinds of things that the administrator could do, right? Follow up with members who have not renewed. So take a lot of things off of Jeanette's day-to-day plate so that maybe, you know, she could do other strategic work. Monthly membership statistics, updating website, which again can become cumbersome. Maybe do social media, all of the event logistics for the Thanksgiving luncheon themselves. I mean, that would be stress relieving, I know for sure, for a lot of you. Reorganizing the G Drive, maybe, because I know some of us I think that there's 2 cheat sheets in there now, and don't know why there's 2 different cheat sheets, but I feel like it needs some general administrative reorganization, and that's just me personally. This person can help with making sure that our bills are paid on time, submitting things on time, accounts payable, maybe do some financial reporting. And I highlighted this, we have someone paid, and we are a 501c3. There's no reason why we couldn't ask that person to do some grant writing for us.
I agree.
Because but that's a whole other job. The leadership conference, here's just the very basics that I put in for are the expenses of how I came to that 12,300 number. I was thinking an all-day conference with lunch at $20 per person. If we bring in a keynote speaker and then pay a number of panelists or workshop presenters, we would need a venue, and I think that's pretty cheap for a venue. But I don't know, maybe we could even get the venue for free. And if we do a giveaway for all the conference attendees, I put something for everyone at $10 per item. That's how I got to the $12,300 amount. I'm sorry, Ish, I didn't put any marketing into this, but it could certainly be added. But as I was doing this total, I thought, you know, there are organizations out there like Grand Victoria Foundation who would be all over hosting something like that for us. So they could possibly even give us money to cover every penny for this thing. I really think that there's huge potential in that, more than there would be for a gala.
And even then, some people would want to sponsor with the kind of transaction of, I want to sponsor if I get to host a workshop kind of thing like that. Like, so that way we don't even have to pay them. They'll be paying us to do that for us. So
right. I think you're right about that. I'm just trying to make it easy. for this level of presentation. You know, somebody like Grand Victoria Foundation that has more money than others, 12,300 is just a drop in the bucket for them. But I'm sure there would be others who would want to chime in. So just playing again around with the numbers, I was thinking, okay, if we do both of those, if we make both of those dreams become reality, we would still have a balance at the end of the year over $40,000. And then I thought, okay, what if we then increase our income for the following year and still do the conference and still have the EHN administrator or event planner, and increase both our regular income and regular expenses. We would of course have to put in a cost of living adjustment, and then we get into eating into more of our resources so that by end of 2024 we would have less money in our bank. I think that I do the math right there. Let me double check that. But the idea is hopefully by then we would have some grant money coming in. And then we could, you know, do things very differently moving forward after that point. I'm not saying that I'm personally unhappy with the way that things are right now. This is just a proposal considering that EHN has grown so much, and I know that the leadership has always been done by the board members who are volunteers. But I wonder at what level we could contribute our time, which is very valuable, to be, again, focused more on strategic things and not having to worry about logistics, right? So I'm just want us to have real conversation about that financially. What would it take? Of course, somebody would have to supervise, and we would have to figure out a way to supervise and review a paid staff person, but it might be worth it, and that's for the group to decide and discuss. But if we do that, I wonder if we can find some way of transitioning over the course of this year with our budget, investing perhaps in, I don't know, investing perhaps in some kind of recruitment, you know, that's recruitment of somebody to do this work for us, and investment into considering if we are going to do a leadership conference, well, we better get a venue and a date together for that right now, or not. So I guess I'll just stop talking and leave it up to you guys to figure out how you want to move forward.
I'm all for that idea, Diana, of having someone paid someone and to do all that, you know, the work that you just said. Also, super interested in getting a grant, you know, for that person to be looking and see what type of grants we can get out there.
Yeah.
Another help.
Yeah. I think we really are in a very good position to receive some grants, but it takes work to put them together and implement them and submit reports on a regular basis.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not easy. I mean, that's something to definitely look into. I've been wanting to have, you know, the board members that have been here, you know, for a long time. We have been saying this, that we want someone, because it's like you said, we are growing, and we are all volunteers, and we do need someone to, you know, get paid and to do the job.
Yeah. I want to say one more word actually about this leadership conference idea. As Magda and Marlene were meeting with me last week, and we were just doing some very, very, very brief brainstorming about perhaps 2024 can be a year where we sort of test it, you know, and do a premiere of it. Maybe it's not an all day for 2024, maybe it's half a day. And for us to gauge interest. And then if there is interest, which I personally think that there is, but you know, that's just me. And And then it can be more of a full blown all day conference then for 2025. But especially since it's already January, do we have the capacity to do an all day maybe this year? Maybe not. Maybe we just do a half day for 2024 and then do a full day 2025 with a gala in the evening to follow it in 2025, once that we know that we have the audience for it. But as a transition year this year, the thinking was, well, maybe we just do a half day and sort of gauge interest, and and then we really build up interest in looking forward to 2025's a bigger event, which includes more of a gala type of event.
Are we opening discussion for leadership conference suggestion now, or is that something that we're gonna talk in the future? Or like, I want to say something about that, but I don't know if right now is the appropriate time, or if we're gonna, open it up to everybody to share a little bit about that.
I feel like I'm bamboozling the agenda because there's no other place on the agenda to talk about a leadership conference versus a gala versus Thanksgiving luncheon. It's just me putting this into the proposal for 2024 budget. So, Linda, if it's okay, maybe we can have a short conversation about this right now, and then we can sort of gauge interest in the people present here today about which direction we want to go, and then a group can sort of start working on the logistics if we decide that that's something we want to do either way.
We can talk about it now. I mean, we have everyone here. So now the thing here is, like you say, the gala. The gala, it's more like a fundraising. So I would probably leave that up to, for them to see what they think. And but the conference, I think it will be good to have a half day. Like you said, I don't think we have enough time to set up one for an all day conference, but we should be able to have like a half day. And I mean, I'm open to talk about it now. It's very interesting, especially there's a lot of business owners. So.
Yeah, I think we'd have to talk about who would design it and put it together. It would bring in money financially, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be something that the fundraising committee would put together,
No.
So I just want to point that out, just based on these very, 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 very basic numbers, it would bring in at least $16,000.
Hey, Diana. So yeah, I'm all for it as well. I mean, I think something like this is just obviously something that I feel is very interesting and can bring a lot of benefit to a lot of people. Just because this brings value, a lot of value. Leadership conference like this, if they meet the right person, if they hear the right thing, it can change their life. So my question to you is, have you seen something or been part of something similar to this and kind of have like a template, a framework, or is this something, or I'm sure if you're like me, like you have all these thought bubbles, like, man, this is what it would look like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a question. So is this like a leadership conference for like existing members and obviously external? Because I'm assuming, because if our goal is to get 300 attendees, it's not just for our members, but it's for externals. So is it like
external.
Right, or anyone, right? So is it, when you say leadership conference, is it more like, hey, how do I become a better leader, or how do I motivate a team? How do I, do whatever? Or are we going to do something like when Rafa was saying, I was in public affairs and community development for State Farm. So we did National Council of La Raza, all these different organizations, their conferences and stuff. Or are we going to utilize like what Ish and kind of what was saying, that, hey, in order for us to get more money. So for example, we could, based on a lot of the members that are in our EHN group, we could have a whole class on home buying workshop or how to buy a house, because we have so many realtors, right? That we can say, hey, Remax or Villa Gomez Brothers, if you want to host
a workshop on buying your first home or whatever, blah, blah, blah. We're going to open this to the Elgin community, meaning like the public. It's going to be free to the public, but it's all but we're driving this all by sponsorships, by corporations and whoever. And then like Central could have a thing on immigration or whatever, or we could have immigration lawyers have their own workshop again. And then bringing the Elgin community into this event, like as a free event for the Elgin like community or surrounding community. Is that what we're trying to do? Or are we trying to do a leadership conference just to, hey, how can I be a better business owner kind of, or how can I be a better leader? Or are we doing something, hey, Elgin, hey, people of Kane County, we're having the big community event where we're going to have first time home buying workshop. Oh, how to open up your first checking account, whatever, because we have so many bank folks in our thing. How does insurance work, or immigration, whatever, what kind of help is out there, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Or are we looking to do something like that?
Deanna, if you don't mind, I kind of want to pitch in here because I know that I brought this idea when we were talking about the gala and everything. I think that the overarching issue is that with conferences like this, you have to come up with a theme, right? Just like you would with a gala. What is your theme and what is your objective? And what I kind of think of it is it could be a leadership and business development like conference style, where it's all geared towards individuals that either are small business owners or entrepreneurs or in leadership in nonprofits or for-profits, and gather it together in that. Like, for example, like Deanna can lead a workshop about transitioning leadership in the workspace, right? And how do we handle that? What are some tips? How do we moderate any concerns that your staff have? Rafael can talk about brand management and brand identity and things like that. So I think ultimately it's about how can they better their existing business, or if they're interested in creating a business or working on doing that, how can they get the right tips to do that? So I guess that's my perspective of what this leadership conference would be like. It would be more geared towards more of the people that are either already their own bosses or want to move up in their own careers to ultimately be like executive directors, things like that. That's my perspective. And I think that I think that we should absolutely do this. I think that we would be creating something that no one else does. And these are things and these are pillars that are within our mission and within our values. And I think that if we did a full day one, I think that we would book it up. I'll be very honest. I think one, if we promote it to businesses saying, hey, your staff will walk away from this conference understanding this, they're going to pay up for their staff to go during the business day. So I think I'm all for it on that. And so general topics.
Yeah.
So
I want to underline a lot of what you just said, Ish. I agree with you. I will tell you, I get on newsletters for a lot of things in Chicago now, and there's a lot of leadership conferences in Chicago, in particular for organizations who are interested in either marketing to or building Hispanic, the population. You don't have to be Hispanic to attend, of course, to have that conversation, but that's the angle. And I don't like that I have to drive into Chicago for all of those. I wish that there was some of those kinds of things available out here in the suburbs, because there just isn't the concentration of leadership and resources and networking out here in the suburbs that there is in Chicago. And for that reason alone, I agree with you, Ish. I think a lot of professionals would jump at the chance to get to talk about some of those things out here instead of going into Chicago. A lot of people come to EHN ever since I've been a member, since I joined, 15 years ago. A lot of people come because they want to make connections, because they want to hire somebody who speaks Spanish where they work, or because they want to let the Hispanic community know about the programs that are available, and how do you get the word across to the Hispanic community? Well, the Hispanic community is very diverse. We are not a monolith. It's very, it is growing exponentially, and there's a leadership academy that the Elgin Area Chamber has been doing, and I think that there have been a handful of community leaders who have talked to me over the years about saying, that there should be an offshoot of that leadership academy just for the Latino subgroup within the community, and there's pros and cons to that. And I'm not interested personally in taking that kind of thing over, but I am very invested in helping to raise the next generation of Hispanic leaders for this community. And I think that we have to be very intentional about that. And I think EHN is in the position to be a leader in that particular area. And so I am very committed to working with a group to design this. I don't think it needs to be over designed. I think it's just having some really good topics that to promote and market out to the community, and people will show up and just make space for those conversations to happen. I think it would be very something for us to learn from too. It would be kind of a way for us to take the temperature of where a lot of the organizations who are members of EHN and those who are not, what are their issues? What are their challenges? What are the needs that maybe we can help network and contribute solutions towards?
And I see also a lot of collaboration and sponsorship opportunities with this, which can really help put this together.
And I'll be honest with you, and I think I mentioned to you and Diane and Marlon, we were at KCT working on the budget stuff, that I almost feel like I personally would love to hire like an outside organization who already has an agenda and material ready to go. I don't think we should be in the position of piecing this together, because I think we're just adding a lot more burden to ourselves. And by what you're saying, it sounds like there are already kind of off the shelf, people who are doing this. And then it just becomes a matter, I think, of trying to figure out like whose, package might serve best the needs of our community here in Elgin and outside communities as well, to really be able to recruit, attendee at this event. That's my personal take on it, guys. But
I
yeah,
think it's a little bit of both, because then it's missing that EHN sort of touch.
Yes.
That we have in the connection.
I would agree.
And also, it could be a little expensive. So I think it's a combination of both. Maybe Diana, we should sit together and be, put something together and present it to the board. Because
well, aren't you guys possibly meeting with, I know those guys, the Northwest Hispanic Chamber or whatever they're called, always been wanting to collab with us. Is this maybe that opportunity?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be.
We have a schedule. Me and Linda are meeting them we're doing a Zoom call with them next Thursday. They got they got a whole new board. The president and vice president are both females. I know the vice president, so we're going to meet with them and just try to bounce off ideas on how we can.
Yeah, I think when Magda and Diana and I were talking about it, I'm more on Magda, as far as Magda's perspective. I think we agreed on that. I think if we start collaborating with our own members to do something like that, now we're going back to what Ish has said prior, right? How do we decide who we collaborate with, right? How do we decide who is going to be a presenter at something like this? Then you start having other members go, oh, well, how come they chose them? How come, for example, as David was talking about a first-time homebuyer seminar, right? This is what I do. This is my life's work right now, right? So if I were to be a presenter at something like this, it's going to be blatantly obvious, oh, just because she's on the board, she gets to be part of this, right? So I think we run into a lot of that. So I'm with Magda of the same thought, as we want somebody who we bring in as an outside professional that is already organized, that already has this presentation set up, that knows how to keep people engaged, that has activities, that has those icebreakers, that knows when they're losing the audience, when we have to break, that has this experience. Because especially when we kick it off, we want to make sure that it's professional, right? This is a new event to us, and it's going to be a great event, and it's something that we're going to continue annually. But that would be my opinion.
Like I said, a combination of both, it will be better. And we also have to find out how much, because again,
Yeah, these numbers would change if we hire somebody to.
yeah, it would be pricey. But I mean, there's nothing bad into looking and see, ask.
And I do want to mention as well, the reason I brought this up to the board when I brought it up was because my perspective is that the only real thing I can reflect back on is college, which I'm sure Julia can understand as well, is that I would go to leadership conferences like this, and that is the only reason I was able to get connected so quickly during and after college. I think that there's a lot of good takeaways, and one thing is that it doesn't have to be us and a separate event, right? There are leadership conferences that don't have a lunch, but have a nice dinner, or even have like, hey, we're going to do the conference part during the morning, and then you guys go home, get ready, and then we have a gala in the evening. So it's kind of like a 2-in-1 where your purchasing price is incorporated into 2 events, and same with your sponsorship. So it could be something that we can easily mesh in with some of the other ideas that we're kind of balancing out right now.
So would it be correct in saying that there's enough interest in the concept and these ballpark numbers right now to get a group to flush this out and get a real proposal together to bring back to the February board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Linda, do you want to identify perhaps a meeting where anyone who's interested can come and contribute to that proposal?
Yeah, I'll send a message, and then we'll figure out how many are able to attend, and we'll get together.
What about the administrator/event planner? I feel if we want to make progress on that we would have to put a job description together, and then, are we in agreement that we are interested in hiring someone? Is this a fair wage? What about that part?
I definitely think that it would be beneficial to have someone helping us out at this point.
Yes.
In terms of the details, I think we can figure those out later, but I really do feel that we could benefit from someone helping us.
Okay. Is 20 hours a week realistic? Do you think someone would do this for $25 an hour?
This is the thing, like a part of me just kind of wants to like I think those are the details, right, Diane? I'm kind of interested in hearing first from the other board members. What do you all? Because that's a detail I think we can figure out, right?
Yeah.
But do you all? I mean, Linda, it sounds like you're.
I think we need an admin. I think we need an admin.
Rafael, Gil, God, you've been here forever. Jeanette, what do you all think?
Yeah, I think we're at that point where we need that admin. I mean, it's
Yeah,
and it's going to be trial and error. I think that first person that we find, not going to say it's easy to find the right person, because we're so unique it's a very unique position, and it's going to demand a lot from them. I think at first, things they might not be familiar with yet, so there will be some learning curve, but we have to be okay with that, and so.
One comment I do want to make on this, Ish, thank you so much for sharing that about the leadership conferences at a college level. I did also, most of my opportunities that I got were, sponsored through ECC. ECC has, for the very first time, reached 50% student body population Hispanic. That means that potentially we have an audience of close to 4,000 college students that could be, if we do something like this, we do need to charge, but we could also offer like a student price for college level students. And ECC can also kind of be held responsible to be like, hey, we are giving you 50% of, like Elgin is giving you 50% its Hispanic enrollment, and the district, yes, maybe we're not going to charge you $25, but we are going to charge you $10. And then ECC can also sponsor students to go, not just at the college level, but also it can be more like there can be sessions designed for younger generation of leadership. We can even have past scholarship recipients, mediate some of these conversations and some of these sessions, but there is so much potential just by hearing you guys speak. And I know we're kind of focusing on a target audience that is like Latino professionals that are established, but think about the younger generation and think about like our future in the city of Elgin. We can also, benefit and establish that presence so that it's like a yearly thing that institutions kind of budget for. So just wanted to share that and like kind of give that perspective as well.
And I think these are great ideas. And it sounds like we're gonna have off site meetings about this at one point to kind of get the details out, because it sounds like the whole team is definitely interested in putting together this leadership conference. I think now it's just a matter of getting those details, and those are great ideas, Maria. So I think that's one. Now going back to the event planner administrator, how do we want to handle that, Dan? Do you want to meet separately? Because it sounds like everyone's in agreement. So I'm assuming the next step would be probably coming up with a job description and ironing out some of the details. What do you guys want to do?
Job description would be first.
My only thing I would recommend starting at a lower hour expectation, because I feel like 20 is a lot, and then say, it can come up to it, but either way, we're only paying them per hour or so. But I just want to mention that maybe we won't be starting off with 20 hours from the get-go.
Yeah, if we get into the details, that's the first reaction that I had too. I thought 20 hours was a bit high. I honestly thought maybe 10 hours a week, but maybe that's too low. But if again, I don't know if I want to get into the details now, but that was my first reaction to the hours.
Another question I'd like to see is, do we want to have them as a true employee or as a 1099 person?
Yeah.
1099 would be easier.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah.
And then you'd want to give them a little higher wage because they have to cover their 100% of their Social Security and Medicare.
This will be probably someone that already has a full-time job, because this will be basically like a side job. I think 20 hours is too many as well. I think 10 hours will be perfect, just so this person can start like knowing the organization. You don't need too many hours. Once they, start working more hours, they will let us know. But the 2 hours is just to overview like emails and like, just to start. I mean, 25, I think it's still fine, even if it's 1099.
I mean, if again, this is going to be discussed later, but we're just saying that at a minimum 10 hours, because they could go a whole week and not have nothing to do. They could probably bang out a lot of this stuff and then be like, what? So if we're going to pay them hourly, we can just be, hey, at a minimum this many hours, whatever, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah. You can go salary too. And if they knock it out in 5 hours, I mean, that's on them too.
Yeah. I hear what you guys are saying. I think once we start adding a leadership conference and grant writing, you'd be surprised how many extra hours that takes in a week. So as long as there's somebody who has the flexibility of working maybe up to 20 hours a week, especially closer to major events, I think that would be important to communicate. But other weeks, you're right, it would be much slower, right? So it's a matter of just managing expectations when, as far as timing and making sure that person is flexible.
Yeah, we can do that. 10 hours a week up to 20. And yeah.
And are we going to require them to participate in our board meetings so we can get updates, or are we not going to incorporate that?
I think that's a must.
Yeah.
I think that's a must for sure. Board meetings and general membership meetings as well, I think we should
No.
ask them to attend.
And that
No?
person should be trained on wild apricot or train with Jeanette and do check-in and make sure that, you know, because sometimes I know Jeanette has to stay outside and things like that. This could be the person that allows us more time with our members. So this person should be also training all these other aspects of our roles as board members as well.
I agree. I mean, I think it's that sort of busy work that would be nice to put on the administrator.
Gil, you've been quiet. What do you think about all this?
Oh, I think it's a great idea. We've talked about it for so long. And I'm not so sure that the retreat's the time to hammer out all these little details, but you know, I like the idea of the ad hoc committee for the Exploring the Leadership Conference. I think it's wonderful. I'm just thinking that maybe we put together an ad hoc committee as well for this administrator to hammer out a white paper so that we can submit to the board for a recommendation.
Yeah. And truth be told, it would be nice to get this done sooner than later, because I'd love to see this happen in the next couple months, guys. Because I think we could all really benefit from something like this.
Yeah.
It's an investment of our time for sure that will pay off dividends. So I'm in whenever you guys want to schedule that.
So who gets to lead the hiring and all this here, guys?
Would it be
What would
too
be our
much to
first
ask
time?
the executive committee to sort of put out some
Yeah.
dates and figure out a process for this?
Yeah, we can
We can
meet
do that.
and we can do that. That's not a problem. Especially since all of us, all in the executive committee, are in favor of bringing someone. So
Glad I'm not on the executive committee.
The only minor detail that I'm just going to throw in here is I think we do need someone who speaks Spanish. That would be my ask as well, because hopefully we'll start recruiting more of those business owners who are more predominant Spanish speakers, and I want them to be comfortable also being able to talk to her if needed.
Okay.
Or him.
Well, in the so while we wait for a date for that conversation for the ad hoc committee, just everyone go into this proposed budget and update your number with and put a note with your initials maybe and an explanation so that we can hopefully have something to approve in February. Okay.
And are we?
Understood.
Excuse
Are
me?
we done with? No. Are we done with the finance?
Yeah, that's what my contribution today.
Thank you, Diana.
So, so my only question is, I'm just trying to kind of keep a running list in my head here. So the executive board's going to talk about hiring an admin, right?
Yes.
What are we going to do about the conference, the leadership conference? What's the plan on that?
I'm going to send out an email, a message on who would like to be, who would like to meet to talk about that and set up, a meeting. It might be a Zoom.
Okay.
And yeah.
Like an ad hoc committee invitation,
Okay.
right, Linda?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And then the gala, what do we do about the gala? I'm sorry, I probably missed it.
We're going back to fundraising. We added we jumped to finance because Diana wanted to talk over about what we
Okay, so we're
just
gonna go
talked
back
about.
to the gala later.
And we're going back to fundraising.
Okay. Sorry. I'm back on board. Sorry, just wanted to get on the train again. I'm on the train again, y'all. I'm on the train.
Back to you guys, Elisa and Julia. So you guys were talking about, the type of ideas of bringing money, the type of fundraisings, which they were all awesome. Again, I don't know, the gala, we don't have the numbers. I remember I got that, I had the numbers, but they're in my office. Obviously, I'm not there. But if we go back to the gala, we made a we figured about 250 people. And David, do you remember the number? Was it 65? Hello?
For a ticket,
Yes.
it's gonna be
No,
a
no, no.
hundred.
No,
All
no,
right,
no,
David,
no.
that
I
could be
know.
more
No,
than
what I'm
that.
saying is how much were they charging?
Oh, shoot. It might have been about, about 60, 65 a person, maybe. So we would have to be at like 125 to double it. I can't
Right.
remember. Plus,
So we came
I
up
thought,
with a number of, it
I
was
thought Mike
about
Glenn was gonna help you get
20,
a discount.
it was about, yes, it was about 25,000 total, but that included entertainment. So what is the entertainment means? A live band, it's salsa, and also a 1 hour of mariachi. Well, it was just not any mariachi. It was the ones that they sing, like newer songs, and a comedian, maybe hiring someone that can roast everyone, not just the board, like all of the real estates, all of the insurance agents, all of the, everyone on, something different. It wasn't going to be much of a auction night, but an entertainment night. And so if we spend about 25,000, in sponsorships, ticket sales, and but my number came up to 50,000 with the money that we can bring in 50. And if we pay 26,000, we still, making a lot money, more than 8,000 that we made last year on the Thanksgiving. And we can use
Linda,
that money towards the conference.
Linda, is the question, I'm sorry, just help clarify for me, is the understanding that you want to do a gala this year and a leadership conference and the Thanksgiving luncheon?
The Thanksgiving luncheon is to social, cultural. And if they want to do another Thanksgiving luncheon, and if fundraising want to take over and do a fundraising on that, it's
No
up
thanks.
to them.
Okay. I thought the Thanksgiving luncheon was being transitioned to the fundraising chairs.
Only the fundraising aspects of it.
Oh, okay. But as far as major events, then are we talking about doing a gala and a Thanksgiving luncheon and a leadership conference in 2024?
No, that's too much.
It is too much. I was thinking about the gala and the luncheon, but now that what you talked about the conference, I'm more interested on the conference, even more than the Thanksgiving.
I agree.
Oh, I see. So you want to do the conference and a gala and no Thanksgiving luncheon.
Right.
I agree.
Because
So
the
then-
conference, if we
I
can
personally
hire someone.
I personally think that the gala and the leadership conference, both in the same calendar year, are too much. So I think that either one, we already have a standing tradition with the Thanksgiving luncheon. The best time to have transitioned that probably would have been the 35th anniversary. I think that we're always going to be consistently doing well in that. So I would be more hesitant to remove that compared to the other ones. So it's really ultimately about what time and effort do we want to put in, whether it be a gala or a leadership conference. Again, I think that it doesn't hurt to incorporate a gala at the leadership conference as like a takeaway for the evening. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. So I just wanted to toss that out there. I think that foregoing the Thanksgiving luncheon for two items that are still brand new and not understanding how much work is going to be put into each one is going to be taxing cost-wise and just stress for us, in my opinion.
We would definitely hire an event planner for the gala, just so it will be make it easier on us. One, and
I have a question about the gala. And like if that, so does the whole thing fall under? I know we're talking about hiring someone, but until that's secured, would the planning of the gala fall under fundraising, since it's going to be a fundraising event? Because that's how we've used the Thanksgiving luncheon, or is it just gonna, because you mentioned having it be an entertainment night. Sounds like you already have some ideas on how you want this to look, and so I'm just wondering. I
it
know
will be a
we're all
collaboration of all. It will be everyone's idea, just like we have done it in the past with Thanksgiving. I mean, David has got great ideas. He can come and say, hey, look, we can do this theme. We can work with this. And then when we need marketing, we'll ask Ish to come and help. And it's a combination of all. Like, we will all be helping. It will not be just under you guys. You guys will take over the fundraising part, where you need to come up with the numbers, like, this is how much it's costing us, this is how much we want to make, so this is how much we're going to charge. And there
okay.
you
I
take
just want to make sure we have all of the responsibilities outlined, so that so
Yes.
it kind of prevents any sort of resentment from occurring, and someone taking all of the load of planning this event, since we still don't have someone to plan it for us. Okay.
And I will be looking overall, like, everyone's responsibilities on the event. And
which event are you referencing, Linda, when you say that?
I think both. I mean, both, either or, like the conference event.
What are both for you?
The conference and the gala.
Okay. So the vision as I proposed it with the 2-year cash flow, the leadership conference would bring in some money too.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind, that it should absolutely, I mean, the main purpose is leadership development, but it would bring us some money too. And I agree with Ish that the Thanksgiving luncheon that's a traditional thing that maybe we don't completely phase out yet.
Oh, right. Yeah, I agree.
So, and I think that, I'm, it's a lot of new things this year, so we're gonna have to have a much higher level of being clear about roles and responsibilities and communication than ever before. But I think we also have to have a higher level of prioritizing, right? And I'm hearing people saying that it would be too much to do 3 major events. And so
Is there any way we can go around the group and just say like which 2 we would prefer as individuals, and maybe that can get us a little bit more of an understanding, not as a vote, but like, hey, I would prefer we do this one and this one, so we can kind of get an understanding of where everyone's kind of gravitating towards right now based on the conversation.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it.
Can we do a poll here, or can we
just to be clear, so what are we deciding between y'all? So it sounds like everyone isn't already in favor of keeping the Thanksgiving luncheon. So that's not even on the table for vote, right? We are keeping the Thanksgiving luncheon, or do we need to vote on that?
I'm in opposition of that. I'm in opposition of that.
Okay, so we should vote on it then.
Yeah.
So I think it would be, we go one by one. We say, my preference would be to keep the luncheon, go with the gala, or go with the conference. And I think we pick 2 of each, and then maybe we can tally and say, hey, this is where we're at right now, and maybe that's how we can kind of move forward. If later on with the ad hocs we identify conferences too much, galas too much, luncheon is overdated. I mean, we can do that. That's my personal opinion. Maybe understanding where this conversation can go.
Can we vote now?
So are the three options are Thanksgiving luncheon, number one, number two, leadership conference, and then number three, gala. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and I can go. I have the screen up in front of me, so I can call everybody if Linda would like.
Do we need to motion to be able to vote on something?
We're not voting. We're just seeing which ones we would prefer.
Okay.
Diana, speak luncheon.
All right. Diana, Diana, your preferences?
My preference is 1 and 2.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Thanksgiving luncheon and leadership conference. I put it in the chat.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see that. Okay. And Ramiro.
Linda, are you okay with this process?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going with 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Gil?
Come back to me.
Okay. Marlene?
Yeah, come back to me.
Okay. Elisa?
Oh gosh, this is tough. I'm for sure leadership and
Gala?
I kind of want to do the gala. It's just something I feel like that's something different and new that we're doing. So I would get it was the gala and the conference.
All right. Linda, I got yours.
2 and 3.
Rafa? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Rafa?
She said 2 and 3 as well.
He put it on the chat.
Oh, didn't see that. Sorry. David?
Just 3.
Just 3? All right.
Just
Julia?
3.
For sure 2. I say 1 and 2.
Okay. Magda?
Man, I don't know. I feel like we can build the gala onto the leadership conference next year. I think that's the sense that I get. Most conferences that I go to end with a gala.
Yes.
So if I had to pick, sorry, Linda, I have to go with 1 and 2. With the hopes of building a gala onto that conference.
In 2025, I agree.
Yeah.
Jeanette?
1 and 2.
Sorry, Jeanette, you said 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. Maria?
I'm going with 2 and 3 with a comment about Thanksgiving luncheons. This year we had invitations for like 4 different Thanksgiving luncheons. It's something repetitive. Yes, historically EHN has done that. It's a great tradition, but it's time that we recognize that we're at a different level, and building a gala into a leadership conference will set us apart absolutely and could give us more growth. So just wanted to make sure that comment was heard. So 2, 3.
Okay.
Thanks, Maria.
Gil?
1 and 2.
All right. Marlene?
I'm going to go 2 and 3, but I agree with what Maria says. I think that just wanted to go on record that while I think we're known for our Thanksgiving luncheon, I think it is time to move on to something bigger and better. Do I think that that's going to be better this year? I'm a little hesitant to say the gala because I do feel like it's a very short amount of time. So I think we definitely have to have that conversation starting with our February meeting and be crazy organized when it comes to it, whether we hire somebody or not.
Just counting. Give me a second.
What are we missing? You ish.
Yeah, I chose 1 and 2. Give me a second.
Could everybody put what they voted in the chat, please?
I can put it down too. So, or yeah, put everyone.
Well, I'd rather them do it, so because I'm the one taking
Yeah.
minutes.
Well,
Okay, thanks.
my computer's acting crazy, guys. I might have to log off because it's just, I don't know. I tried to wipe it and I think I messed something up. So I can't type anything, or I don't even know. I can't even mute myself.
What did you put? What did you say, Elise? I'll put yours in.
The
Elisa
gala.
said 2 and 3.
2 and 3. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Thank you. I tried to clean the keyboard because it was, yeah, like a little dusty. And I don't know what I did.
So, Gil,
Ish,
if you can confirm
Ish.
when everybody. Sorry.
Before you give the results, Ish, I just want to name that I think it's important that it's about managing capacities right now. I think ideally, in an ideal world, right, we want to do all 3, but it's just this first year to transition. There's no way we can do 3. And eventually, maybe in 2025, I would love to do all 3. I just want to say that for the record.
Oh, crap.
It's just a matter of this first year transitioning and hiring somebody and doing some new things, wanting to make sure that we don't overdo or do it for ourselves. So
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure Gil can confirm this for me, but the numbers that I have right now, for the luncheon, we have 7 votes. For the leadership conference, we have 12 votes, and for the gala, we have 6 votes. Again, it's not a formal vote, but it's just noting what the group in majority is kind of, gravitating towards, one or the other.
What I got here is 5 voted for 2 and 3, and 6 voted for 1 and 2, and 1 voted for 3 only. So it was close, but 1 and 2 have 1 more vote.
Wait. I could change mine to 2 and 3 then.
Then it's tied.
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks, Dave.
You know, but what I,
Yeah,
what
buddy.
I keep
No,
hearing,
no,
I keep
because your
hearing
3 is incorporated.
I think what everyone keeps saying though, guys, is there's a lot of us that would like to have the gala. We just don't know if it's feasible.
And just
I
to confirm
think
that
my opinion,
wouldn't make it a tie.
my opinion would be why I said 3 only with the gala is that would fundraise for the conference for 2025. I think a leadership conference is going to take more thinking and putting together, especially if we're going to do it like a combo leadership conference gala.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to put together some speakers, we're talking, we got to get on speakers' dates like that are probably already booked already for 2024.
I don't think we could do the combo. I mean, I think we need to like test the
Right,
water.
that's why. But I was thinking that's why if we focus gala only to raise money for the conference for next year. I think the conference. Again, if we're gonna do the conference, I want to do it right, and I don't know because that one's gonna be pretty. I think the conference is gonna be pretty big, and if we want to get some good speakers, we need to have some good money. If we're gonna have some like draw getters, like some people that are gonna draw people to come to this event, then we got to have some money. And what better event to have than a big networking gala event where we can raise more money than we can at the luncheon, or even have both the luncheon and the gala. But again, it goes back to I don't want to burn everyone out. I think the gala would be our biggest fundraiser, in my opinion.
I think that either way, we're behind where we should have been with a project this big. So I think that I personally think, and this is why I voted the way that I did, is because I think that there's a bigger takeaway with the leadership conference. And I think that there's going to be more of an investment business-wise for sponsorships. There's plenty of galas that a lot of businesses are already so used to just sponsoring and don't really hesitate. So introducing a brand new gala and introducing a brand new sponsorship tier is a little troubling on that end, especially in how messy it was to even organize our existing sponsorships for our Thanksgiving luncheon. So that's my perspective. I
So
think
that's my whole concern is the luncheon was a small event and you want to take on a big ass leadership conference. And if you thought it was messy, us trying to get the luncheon together, what makes us think that we're going to be prepared for the leadership? That's what I'm saying. If we're going to go big, we better
well,
go
I
hard.
think, but yeah, that's what I'm saying
That's
is that
So it
there
sounds
seems to be a
to me,
majority interest more in
a
the
gala
leadership
event is me
conference.
throwing a party for the community. I mean, I'll invite like 10, 20 friends or whatever.
mhm.
I'm just saying I'd rather do a gala just to raise money, make it a fancy network meeting, a fancy network. I don't think I don't think anyone has done a fancy network meeting. And if our EHN's a network organization, then we do like our first ever fans. It's going to be a fancy network gala night. But that, again, I just think the leadership conference, just based on my past experience being in PA and also going to leadership conferences too as well, those things are a lot of work and those things are big. And we got to draw some people. You know, we don't have the name like USHLA or NCLR, organizations like that. So we're gonna have to draw some pretty big speakers to draw some pretty good numbers to come to that conference, my opinion. So
I agree.
We ever gonna have lunch or a break?
Right. I
Can
was about to say I need a break.
I need to eat too. You guys want to come back in 30 minutes?
1:30.
1:30?
All right.
All right.
Provecho.
What you guys all have for lunch?
I haven't even eaten.
No, dude. Are you trying to lose weight, right?
No, I had to run over, get my wife, pick her up, come back, and
Oh man. How are the roads?
How are the roads, Gil?
dude, man, the roads are fine. I mean,
I was gonna say it looks like it's all cleaned up now.
yeah, it's way better than this
Supposed to
morning.
get slammed again, right? In a couple hours?
Exactly. That's what I heard.
We could have had our meeting.
We could have.
Yeah, I had ramen noodles. Nagori cup of noodles.
Is that also like Korean? Like
Yeah, Korean style. Yep.
I almost bought crispy Korean barbecue at Costco yesterday.
Oh, the beef jerky.
No, it's like frozen.
The bulgogi.
Yeah, is it any good?
If you buy are you talking about in the meat section or in the
Yeah,
frozen section?
in the frozen section.
No, I don't know about the frozen section, but in the meat section, sometimes they sell bulgogi, and then in the where the nuts and all the snacks, they sometimes sell the Korean pork beef jerky.
Gotcha. How was that?
My son loves it.
Okay.
Hey, I'm making Linda the host, you guys. I got to go downstairs and grab something to eat. So she's going to have to admit people.
You hear that?
Give it to Rafa, Gil.
He's off. Here's the way.
He took off.
Linda.
She might not be on yet. Linda.
Dodgers coming to Comiskey this year, David. Shohei is coming down to the south side.
I know, dude. Because they come every other year, right? Because they didn't come last year.
They didn't come last year.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I can't believe they picked up those two Japanese guys.
Dude, we're so lucky, man.
Did you say, would I wear this?
What?
I don't know.
I don't know who that was.
Marlene.
Marlene, did you have your flour and water gravy?
That sounds nasty.
Still even eating it.
It's my brother. Hold on. I don't know how to do this.
Who else is on? Marlene, Magdalena. Maria's baby shower is tomorrow, right?
See,
Yeah, that's on my calendar tomorrow.
You guys gonna be able to make it?
I should.
Yeah, I hope so.
Natalia's in a play right now. She's doing Wizard of Oz.
Oh,
Yeah, she's Toto.
Oh, how
how cute.
I'll put a
You
video
have to
out.
still share that.
Yeah, I took some video yesterday. Was opening night.
Oh, she's so cute.
She wasn't gonna do it, but she because it was just a big time commitment for her. We're like, are you sure? Because it's a big deal, right? So she went for auditions late. So, but luckily, I mean, she got she's on stage basically all the time because he's following Dorothy everywhere. She has a couple, she doesn't have a speaking part like she did in the other plays, but she's there all the time, and a couple, obviously she barks, which is
That's so brave of her, though. That chiquita.
she's a
Mine's really
performer.
getting into it. Yeah.
Please send pictures, Rafa.
What's that?
Send some pictures. I'd
I'll
love
send
to.
you video. I did the video. I'm more of a
Yeah.
video guy. I'll send it right now to the
I think
group.
the video is better. We get to see the action.
Yeah. So yeah, get your kids into theater. It's amazing what it does to their confidence.
Yeah, my daughter's been going into that a lot. She's like she's been in the plays in Larkin. And I'm surprised because bien penosa. Like she's like scared of humans. So I didn't think she was gonna only go through with this, but she's done 3 of them already. So pretty shocking.
Have you guys seen what's it called? Wonka yet? Anyone?
Yeah.
I just highly recommend. I loved it. Like I didn't know what to expect, honestly. Maybe that's why I liked it so much.
Yeah.
But I was like thrown back by it. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, the kids will love that one. That one's a really cute one.
Hey, is Linda back?
No.
Linda?
I think she is. I mean, she's not on mute.
Well, Linda.
Hello. Maybe we can't hear her again.
Hey, Maria said that she's gonna jump in later. She's on a phone call.
I was still looking forward to seeing you guys today too.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, I hate this Zoom stuff.
But the roads are bad over here, so I can look outside and they're not really clean.
They cleaned ours.
St. Charles, David.
Mm-hmm.
You live in
20 is clean now. Everything is much better now, so I'm driving home.
Oh.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yes.
now.
Okay, good. I was talking, no one could hear me, so I was like, I left.
That's like a bizarro universe, right? Linda talking and nobody hearing her.
It's like her worst nightmare.
That's like a weird like you enter the twilight zone.
David, we're
It's
gonna
like a
block you.
nightmare, a nightmare.
We're gonna block you.
All right, I think Maria's not on because she's on a phone call.
Yeah.
Looks like Julia's not on yet. And then also, I think another discussion we need to have is this whole text versus chat or whatever we do. What's this thing called? Yeah, text versus Slack. Because
We were not supposed to that one that Maria just used. First of all,
I don't want to be on any text thread whatsoever in 24.
I'm giving Gil
So
shit.
Linda, if you want to create a new one, create a new one. Just don't include me.
We did.
A new one's
I
created.
did.
I just texted it.
Yeah,
I did.
Maria sent it on the wrong one.
Yeah, she sent it on the wrong one.
For those that have iPhones, you can go to the old one, and if you click on the top, you can just delete and block this conversation, and then it removes you. I don't think you can remove yourself. Like
he still has a Nokia.
A Nokia.
Funny's a
Yeah, I was like, I don't think you can remove yourself. At least on an iPhone, you can.
Well, I created a new one. We're supposed to use Slack anyway.
Did you hear that, Diana? Slack. Even I'm on it.
Is that what we're gonna use as Slack?
We should be. I think that was the agreement. We're all gonna try to use Slack, but I don't freaking know.
Slack lets you do the exact same thing we're doing here. You can direct message to each other, direct message just 2 or 3 of us. I mean, anything you can do on text, you can do in Slack.
I don't know why I've had so much trouble with Slack. When I tried to set it up back in November with some of you, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong with it. So I need someone to physically sit with me again.
Your probably best bet is gonna be, for right now, is to use your computer until we can help you with your phone.
Do you want me to sit with you?
I don't care who it is. Someone's just got to help me because every time I've tried it, it doesn't set up properly.
You should ask my brother. He should be able to troubleshoot it.
That's true. I can get his help.
Yeah. Do you guys open it yet? No, right?
No. No.
Are we waiting for anyone? No, we're all here, right?
Where's Mr. Macias? Is he
No,
here?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We got a
No.
quorum. We got to get going here.
Yeah, Ramiro's
Okay.
here.
I'm here.
So let's go.
All right, what's next?
What did we left at?
Really quickly,
I
what
think
time
we're
are we
marketing.
ending? What time are we to end?
I had it down till 5.
I had it down
Yeah,
till
same
5.
here.
Well, we should be done before 5. It's 2 o'clock, so hopefully we're towards the end. So
We're going.
well, I need to know so I can open my wine bottle or not. No, I'm just
Hey,
playing.
David, can I ask
Yeah.
for clarification? Because you voted twice on that whole
No,
thing.
I'm just 2-3.
2-3, thank you.
If I had to pick 2, I guess.
Someone's not following instructions.
But you must have not heard my
Yeah.
my statement. 3
Okay.
goes into 2 and 3.
Oh, well, I know then that's the thing. I think we all want it. Like, I think we just have different ways of targeting this. You know what I mean? Like, you want
I'm just saying, a leadership conference is bigger than a gala, in my opinion. A gala is just a over exaggerated party, right? Just a fancier luncheon or whatever, right? But a leadership conference is speakers, guests, logistics. I don't know.
Having done leadership conferences and galas in the past, my personal experience is that galas are way much more work. But that's just me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at your guys' level, I agree, but
True.
not at each end level. Yeah. What's up with that? What's up with that feedback? Or the
We're not trying to raise that much money because we can't.
All right, let's get this party started.
So
I think the next thing on the agenda was marketing, right?
It's you, yeah. Go for it, Ish.
All right. So the name tags were ordered. They're obviously at home, and you guys can't get them because I have COVID. But I will get those to you guys prior to the meeting. I'll probably either drop them off with Rafa or Linda, so you guys can pick them up from downtown. I'm going to skip over Rafa's note on there for right now, but I created a marketing resource guide or folder on Google Drive. I did email that over to everybody. And that's going to be kind of my hub for this calendar year, where I'm going to be having all the items. That way you guys don't have to reach out to me directly for those items. So videos, hoping to incorporate more videos, get our YouTube up to date, because right now it still says Elisa is the president. So update those videos, and I'm going to make sure that the original files are on here. So that way everyone can access them if they need to. Print collateral, so flyers for social, fundraiser, any specific events, both in JPEG and PDF versions will be in here as well. And they'll be organized on here. I am not able to share my screen, otherwise I would share it, but I'm just going over the list. I created a PowerPoint/slides template as well for our meetings. So whoever is going to be responsible for that can just make a duplicate of the template and update it. And then that way we're not searching who has the PowerPoint. They're all going to be in that folder. Same with the photo folders. I separated those into categories and making sure that we are updating the photos after each general meeting, after each event, and making sure that they're all available here for later on usage. I don't know why I put. So I'm gonna be creating an AHN flyer. I've been bouncing around some ideas of like what that would look like, and so I don't necessarily think we should go with a brochure. Just feel like a brochure might not just be the best item for people to take. And ultimately, a lot of times people take these items and just toss them anyways. So we want to make sure we have a flyer or something that they can take that's going to be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. So once I work on that and get that approved by the exec team, I will put that on there as well. Document templates. So that's where you'll see I created a template to make like our application for the scholarship application. The current 2024 high school one is on there as well for people to review. And then overall, I'm just going to be working on like a general brand and style guide for anyone who takes on marketing for the future. My goal is ultimately to not just be marketing until the time that I'm here. I would love to try out a different role at some point. So I want to make sure that I create a strong foundation for anyone who does transition over to that. But overall, so that way everyone is kind of aware of what our brand style guide is and what our guide, our expectations are, just to create a more cohesive and clean look. So that's that. Another item that's on my agenda was I was doing some exploring of like EHN stuff for the past year. Oh, thank you, Gil, for putting the link in there. And I found your old, I don't want to say old, the previous marketing campaign, which was like a 3-and-3. And I really liked it. I thought that it was a really nice, neat idea to feature our members. So I was thinking that maybe that'd be a good feature to do where they can kind of nominate themselves or volunteer to be highlighted. And then I can create like a campaign around that. I feel like that'd be nice. I think that what we can start off as is doing like a 3-and-3 on the board of directors, and then kind of start introducing our general members as highlights. And I don't know if anyone wants to chime into that. I don't really know the history of the 3-and-3, so if anyone wants to give me some history or some context, then that's great. But I liked it, and I thought it would be nice to replicate it again.
Yeah, Ish, I think I mean, I created it because when I was in marketing, I just kind of felt like, and I guess to some degree, I still feel this way, that there's a lot of members that we have that we just don't hear much from for whatever reason. And so I just thought, maybe I'll sit down with one and just ask them 3 questions in 3 minutes and make the first 2 kind of consistent for everybody, but the third one kind of a free for all. And if they had a picture, great. If not, I'd go out and shoot the picture. And yeah, that was the whole point of it, was kind of to highlight the lesser known or the more quiet members, to give them a little bit of exposure and get other members.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. What I really like about it is the sharing ability. So like if they're highlighted, they're going to share it on their social media, and then here goes more interactions with our, social media platforms, and then getting possibly more followers, more people interested in like what's coming up next too, which I think I enjoy. So
excellent.
Yeah, I like that idea. It's, like Gil said, like, those members that sort of, we know who they are. We know who they are. And the other thing you can add to this, it can be a static post, so it can be a short little video. And that's something I can help you with. That way it's, the editing is minimal because basically the video takes care of itself. You can ask those three same questions or just one question. Kind of that icebreaker we just did with Brittany, right? Something silly like that. And you can do that at the meetings. I can help you with that. I got some ideas. I have what's called like a little mic, and you could sort of like interview them. Like that video I did, I don't know if you saw for 4th of July that I did at the farmer's market, something like that.
Yeah, I felt like that, I'm still kind of coming up with ideas as we figure out what we're going to be doing overall for the whole year, right? We want to be cohesive with our theme and our messaging. But I think that I don't know if anyone has any immediate complaints about the marketing that's happened the last calendar year, but I think that we've kind of had a pretty good flow of utilizing pictures, utilizing flyers, making things that are relatable to the people that we serve. So I'm hoping to continue that this calendar year.
The only comment I would add to that, I do want to start doing more video.
Excellent.
I don't think I'm opposed to that. I think the only thing is just the time consumption of recording, video, editing, publishing.
I
It's
would
easier
help
to
you.
quick to.
I would
Yeah,
help you.
I'm just saying, in my sense, you
Yeah.
have a lot also on your playlist, President-elect, but ultimately, if we can all collaborate on that, that'd be great to incorporate it.
Yeah, basically what I'm thinking, I would give you an edited video with captions. It would just be for you to post.
Anyone have any questions or concerns regarding marketing for this year?
Well, I
Other
think
than
it's
that,
great.
that's all I have.
Thank you for sharing that and that folder. Well, the only thing I did want to mention is that we're currently at about half of the we've used approximately half of our storage on Google, and the more video and photos we shoot, obviously, the more that's going to go up. It's pretty cheap, but we might want to consider for 2025, or even if we reach that limit this year, to pay the, I don't know what it is, $100 for tons of more space. Just
But
something.
the video, we wouldn't need to store the videos though.
I'm just saying, I looked at Ish's marketing resource guide folder, and there's a folder for videos there.
Gotcha. But again, they would be up there on social media. I mean, that would store it.
Yeah, I think it would just be nice to have the originals in case we want to utilize them again, right? Because for saving them from like a social media platform can decrease the quality. So having the original files are always beneficial. So
totally agree. Totally agree.
Have we looked into Dropbox skill for some of that stuff for like video and pictures?
No, because we really never really had to that level. All the pictures that I took, for example, I retained for my records. And so that really mattered. Didn't shoot a lot of video, so that's not really been a big issue.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we can definitely look at it. I personally would say if we're running out of space, that we should just simply buy more Google space rather than going to a whole nother platform.
Software, yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Membership. She's driving.
I think she just jumped up the call. Also, note it is illegal to Zoom and drive now in 2024.
That's
So.
right. That's right. Oh, crazy.
Hey, Linda, I don't know if weren't you saying something about our Google Drive? Everyone has to relinquish the ownership to each end or something? I don't know.
That's to be at a separate meeting.
Yeah, everything has to be saved as being owned by EHN. And that means when you want to drop something in the G Drive, you have to log in as Elgin Hispanic Network at gmail.com. And I had a question about that because last time I tried to do that when I was with Marlene, the password, there's 2 password sheets in the saved Google Drive. And then when we tried to update the authentication, there was a phone number in there, which was Linda's for 2-step verification for our inbox. And so we tried to send a notification to that number so that we could update it, but Linda says she wasn't getting any of those text messages. So I'm not sure how to fix that. Has anyone else had issues with this? Sorry.
I haven't been able to log into the EHN email or use EHN for anything.
To my understanding, we had removed that feature because it was previously getting sent to me. And I was just, approving it, because people would text me like, you should be like, hey, Maria, I'm trying to log in, select this number. And I did it for him and for a couple of other board members. But to my understanding, the feature of a 2-step verification was removed. But if it's not, then someone will need to go in the system to make sure that it is removed, or maybe come up with a plan to see who can, because I actually personally I love.
I'm on it right now, and there's no 2-factor certification on it.
Exactly, that's what I saw too. That's that was the last update I received too, Ish.
Well,
There are two phone numbers associated on here though. 224-228-6287, 847-942-5204.
That's my number, the last one. Gil, did you get Jeanette in? She's trying to log in.
Yeah, I didn't know she needed to get in. Just let her in.
well,
thank you.
Marlene and I tried to get in and we couldn't. And so I want to make sure we don't drop this before we're all on the same call, because it seems pretty urgent to make sure that treasurer can access.
I don't know
Yeah, I
if it's
guess I would
happening
just,
to anybody. Oh, does anybody else
Jeanette,
have
can you mute
echo?
your
Yes, I can
What
hear.
is going
What
on?
is going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think your voice is echoing. If you could mute
Probably
yourself.
because I had yourself. Well, I had
Everybody's
muted
echoing.
yeah, everybody.
Is it better now?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Better. Oh, wow.
Is it better
What'd you
now?
do?
Gil just sent in the link how to transfer the Google ownership to EHN for those that have lots of documents under their name. I mean, the one probably that has the most is Lulu. I know Ish has some, Maria.
I do.
I think I
Rafa.
have none.
I will try my best to do all of that, but I was having a hard time, accessing my EHNG drive. But I will do it because I do remember Gil actually trained me on that on one-on-one. So I will be doing that shortly.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, we're supposed to have a little break and then go over and show everyone how to do it. But since it's Zoom, Janet is trying to get back in. Hello?
Yeah.
Is she back?
Gil's the host.
She's trying to
I'm
connect.
letting her in now.
Yeah, she's trying to.
Okay, I'm actually now. I think this might be better.
So that's on marketing. So Rafa and I met, and we're trying to do some small videos with the host. So whoever is hosting, we'll just go over there and have them, just a brief, short message of like inviting the rest of the members to come. And he will do the video, edit it, and we'll send it to Ish for Ish to post.
Great idea.
Yeah, it's a personal invite at the location, from the host. So they can share that on their social and, get their following, because that's also, Ish has done an awesome job of marketing, but we need to get them to also push the invitation out. And by doing that, they're pushing our brand and everything that comes with it. So we're hoping, obviously that these hosts will be open to the idea, which I don't imagine they won't. So we're gonna kind of walk them through it. A lot of people are kind of iffy about doing video, but once we get them comfortable, and we're gonna be there with them, so we should be okay.
Great idea.
My only question is, what is the timeline expectation of that? Because no one has mentioned this previously. We should probably discuss it. But right now, the registration deadline is the week prior to the event or meeting or whatever. So are we publishing it prior to that registration deadline? Or are we publishing it prior to the meeting date?
The meeting
and
date.
when will I get it? But then registration is closed. So
I mean, so for example, right now, who's February? I don't have my
Yeah,
thing
they
up.
should be doing
Rest of March
February
open.
and January.
Yeah. So basically, we would shoot the video, as soon as we would put out this video as soon as, well, not the next day, but as soon as this first meeting is done. after the 24th.
Okay, so I'll get it like a month in advance.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
Yeah. Yeah. We want to give enough time for the video to get engagement.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks. So that's all for marketing, right?
Yeah.
Ish.
Yes, that's all for marketing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing transfer ownership right now too. So yes, all done for me.
That's okay. Membership, we're going next with you, Jeanette. I only had one question. On sending an email out to the members, with clarification of the two emails that we got, the $80 and then $120. So I don't know if we can create a letter, send it out and say, sorry for, misunderstanding or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean they got three emails actually. They got one that said that it was $80 that was automatically generated. They got the one that said ignore that that there's gonna be 121 coming, and then they got the 121.
So they did go out.
Three of them went out. Yes.
Okay.
That was way back in the first week of December.
Okay.
So do you does another one need to go out? I mean, I'll do it, but I'm just trying to make sure that there aren't too many going out.
No, if it's out, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Jeanette, the system won't allow them to pay 80, right? They have to pay the 120, right?
They have to pay the 120.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the system would not allow us to charge 80 to some people, which were the brand new members during December, and 120 to the renewals. So that's why I had to let it do its 80 thing, and then I had to redo the with 120.
Okay. Yeah, because when I tried to log in, when you're trying to log in and pay, it will automatically change to 120. So yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah, it's automatically the new invoice because the old one was voided.
Yeah, so that's good. And that was my only question for membership. So
okay.
And anything that you want to add?
Not that I can think of. I'm going to be going after people who haven't paid as of January 1st, going after the ones who haven't renewed yet. I'll have some things to send to Diana about the budget, but other than that, I can't think of anything.
So Jeanette, your face, I don't see anyone better than what you do at charging people and knowing who owns, who doesn't own, who's past due. You're on it. I just want to say that, you're doing like a great job.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's just like, how everyone knows that Gail is the one taking the time. You're the same one on membership.
Thank you.
Social.
Appreciate
Social.
that.
David, what was Thanksgiving idea?
What?
What kind of ideas you have for Thanksgiving?
Well, I mean, I don't even know where the hell we're doing. Are we doing gala, workshop, leadership, Thanksgiving luncheon? I don't know what's going on.
Let's just say if we don't do the Thanksgiving luncheon, what type of how would you replace that? What kind of idea?
I would just give it to an organization that wants to throw a meeting that month for November.
Okay. And what kind of
because we're already gonna do a potluck at the end of year, so it's I don't want to do a double potluck, a Thanksgiving gathering and then a potluck at the end of the year.
Back to back.
Right.
And what about after our events?
So probably still planning on doing 4 social events that do not include the picnic or the year-end potluck. The first one, like I said, I'm going to talk to Jasmine and Jesse about, what did I say? Kick the F out. That cross kick event. But are we gonna it must have been a flop, or I don't know if we didn't try again. Are we not gonna have any after hour networking opportunities?
nobody signed up for that this year, David.
Mhm.
However, if somebody were to come up and like, hey, we're interested in one, we might. I think it'd be a good idea to, obviously it's on them.
Right.
It's not like, hey, these are typically, a little bit, not a little bit, but less attended. But if
Mhm.
they want to put in the costs and the effort,
We'll promote it or whatever.
we'll promote it for them. But
Okay.
that's on a case by case basis. But no, we have none for this year.
Yeah, I'll
I
probably
think
have a list of events by the next meeting, but I'm thinking 4 social cultural events again this year.
I think what hurt us last year and the reason we didn't incorporate it this year when we were recruiting hosts was that I think that there was a bit of a misunderstanding of what those evening ones looked like. On our end, we were thinking that they were like just regular meetings, and everyone else thought they were like networking, just chit chat evening events. So if we did do them, I think that we just need to clarify what the intention of them were. And like there's no announcements and things like that.
To be honest with you, I was hoping it was more the businesses that were gonna host the after hour ones,
Mm-hmm.
like either a business or like the realtors one. I think was a good turnout that Rafa did, right? I didn't make it to that one, but I'm assuming his was a good turnout. But like some of the small business owner ones, I thought they would do more of the after hour ones and more of the non for profit.
Like hosted at their location, you mean?
Well, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm surprised, like, a bunch of the realtors don't get together and say, hey, we're going to be at Patio or Orale Way, and we're going to host a, mini network meeting. Just come join us for a drink, whatever.
Drinks on us, yeah.
Right. Market is coming back. I don't know, all the lenders. We got so many lenders, like Ramiro and his crew. They could be like, hey, we're hosting a Wednesday WEPA night. I don't know, Wednesday,
He said
whatever.
Wepa.
Come join us, whatever, and then they could be over there just mingling about the market or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was thinking more of the business organizations would have did more of the late night networking, the ones that are looking for business, you know what I mean, that are looking to drum up business. I would have thought they would be the ones maybe doing more of that than the non-for-profits.
So
And
more like a traditional business after hours.
Right. You know what I mean? Like the insurance, like we got 4 or 5 insurance agents. Like I'm surprised we don't get together and just host something,
Makes sense.
Well, I think that's where it said like we didn't sort of
Right.
if we didn't market it that way.
Right. But I'm saying like
but that, I mean
with
that's a
your
great idea.
connections,
I like the chambers.
my connection with Linda, Norma, Chantal, I forgot the other guy's name from AmFam. Like between like 5 of us, we could be like, hey, do you guys want to put money together? We can host a night that it's a whatever, blah blah blah. And then between the Villa Gomez brothers and I don't know how many other realtors there were, you guys host something. And between the freaking mortgage lenders from whoever, they could host something. That's more of a like you want your peers, right? You want to like, hey, if I'm a lender, right? I want all the freaking insurance agents and realtors to come to my network thing because those are the guys that are either talking to people are looking for houses or buying houses or
The chambers used to do that, years ago. They used to like host at Holiday Inn, and we used to go for after hours.
No, I mean that's a great idea. I mean, it doesn't say we still can't do it. Like we
Right. I mean, that's something we can maybe talk to as a group, like some of the,
Yeah.
I think another thing, given that we already discussed the collaborative efforts, maybe possibly with the Northwest Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, that's something that we have done in the past, business after hours, where we did them together. So they do them all the time. But that's something to consider too, to maybe do something with them. Just an idea.
Good idea. Well,
And this would be
we'll see.
a good opportunity to create a committee of members that can come up with these like small networking opportunities throughout the year with you, David. How many people ended up going to the karaoke event?
I did not.
It was fun. Magda and I were singing.
It was a ton of fun. You missed it.
Would you guys sing?
She wanted to sing Juan Gabriel, so we did it.
Which
Yeah,
song?
it wasn't like a big turnout, but it was a good group of people and good. I
It
mean,
was.
Carla was there. Carla Jimenez showed up with her friend. What was her friend's name?
Mireya from
Yeah,
U46.
there was some people from the board were there.
Patricia.
Even
Patricia
that impromptu karaoke night after El Patio was nice. I got to meet some people that I've never met before. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jose and his wife.
I think karaoke is pretty popular. That'll be probably one of the 4 events still I'm looking to incorporate, but I think I'm
I
gonna
thought we
do
were
a
going to do
different.
a Halloween bar crawl or whatever. Weren't we going to do that?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. That's a good, interesting thing.
Hey, just out of curiosity, or at least for something to consider, I noticed that we did not put the karaoke in the Wild Apricot as an event, so we can't keep track of those that came and all that other stuff. But in those events, if somebody could just keep track of, or at least get an idea of how many people showed up, it'd be kind of nice to have those figures for our records.
It'd
Can we
also be
create
nice
an
to
event?
have it for cancellations or anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there a way that we can create an event on Wild Apricot just so we can keep,
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And
we'll
we
do
don't
it
have to
then.
share with everybody, but I mean, we could have just one of us at the bar as people coming in, just checking folks. I don't know, something like that. Just an idea, just to keep the demographics as we discussed. Okay, was this worth our while? Was it not?
Right.
It's just nice to have the demographics to the degree we can.
Okay. Good idea. What else is that? Membership culture. So I think you were the last one, David. And now
Just one last thing I guess I want to add in. And I know I said this in the past, but I don't know why as a board, I really wish that we would do some community service together, give back into the community, maybe just as a board this year, maybe make a goal of how many hours we want to commit to doing community service.
This doesn't count.
No, like
Honestly, I think
it's
like
too bad.
going.
What you're saying.
It's
I
too
know.
bad
like
CC doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, I think it
I
looks.
used to like those.
David, I think
good.
I agree with you. I just feel like we need more bonding experience as well, right?
Right.
Oftentimes we're only seeing each other during these meetings. It wouldn't hurt to even like once a month we'll go over to someone's house for dinner or meet up somewhere. And I think that would be nice. Even doing community service is a good trade too. So I think we should start
whether we
incorporating it.
do 2 for the year, like one in the first half of the year, one in the second half of the year, or one a quarter, whatever you guys want. But I know there's a lot of non-for-profits in our group that maybe need volunteer or helping. Just so we show support united front,
Yeah.
But
I agree.
I would like for us to do some community service, and then that's I think it looks good too.
The one thing that I do suggest is when we do that, when we volunteer, to please use the EHN t-shirts.
Like even like the feeding my children, that would be a great opportunity because I think it's easier and very well organized than it's just about. But that's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
that could be a lot of fun too.
If we go, I'm sealing. I'm a sealer.
Bring your
I mean,
kid
the
too.
feeding my children definitely. My kids do it. I think that's a good one. But I want to first start with our non-for-profits first.
Our local.
Our local folks first. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we can always
that's who sees us. And again, don't get me wrong, we could do feeding my children too as a bonding group, like you said, just us go do it. But I want to do something more like, I don't know, Central or is it WIC, Well Child Center? Like,
yeah,
we
Greater
could
food.
go. Yeah, Greater Food, whoever is in our group, and like
Apple does
I
those
don't know.
read-alongs in the summer too. Like
I don't
read
know
to
if
kids.
VNA if VNA has a blood drive, do they need volunteers to check people in? Whatever, blah blah blah. I just want to do something more
Again, I
for
think
our member network first before we do anything else outside.
I
We're
really
gonna
miss
start today. We're gonna start today by shoveling Magda's driveway.
I'm waiting for you to show up.
I second that motion.
You should have
I just
gone
got-
over there and had her.
I told y'all we're welcome to come. Actually, I just paid my eldest $10 to go out there and do it, so we're all good.
If
Gee,
I
But
could,
no,
I mean,
but I like.
if I could,
Go ahead.
sorry. If I could make the ask for this group to help us in December for Christmas, that's when we need a lot of volunteers to help organize toys that we give away to families. That's a really fun volunteering
Boom, right there.
experience.
Right
That
there.
that
Boom.
would be amazing. But I also I want to get on our radars, and this is something for a group of you to discuss later. But Rafa and I were at a meeting last night with the city of Elgin because they are elevating the Canta con Orgullo event that took place this September 16th, 16 de septiembre, this last year, into a 2-day fiesta event. It's going to be more like a whole weekend festival, which is going to be, and it sounds amazing. And Rafa, maybe you can chime in here and share, but I think there's going to be huge opportunity to volunteer and support some of the things that are going to be coming out of that event too, moving forward. And so just keep that on the radar for a way for us to be present with our t-shirts on. Rafa, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just thinking of that during lunch here. I got the minutes from Amanda. Yeah, they're going next level. Amanda and her team there have really stepped it up. They got a bigger budget. I was very impressed with the planning they already have done. We're going to meet every month going forward. And there's going to be some opportunities there for us as EHN, either as a board or probably as a board mainly, because obviously our members have their own things going on. They might even be present there as sponsors. But as EHN, as we get closer to the event and they kind of fine tune their planning and strategy, I can look for some opportunities there where we can help them out with putting that event together. As far as the 2 days, it's going to be a 2-day event. Friday is going to be more of the cultural stuff with the grito, folkloric dancing. They're going to have a car show, and it's going to be all downtown. So in front of the Hemmons, there's that big plaza there. Have you guys been there in front of the Hemmons? It's rarely used. It's next to the courthouse, in front of the city hall. So that's where they're gonna have all the cultural stuff, and then in the parking lot right next to that is going to be the car show, which is then gonna feed into. It's gonna be on a Friday, so the farmers market is gonna have a Hispanic feel to it because they're gonna invite Mexican, Hispanic vendors to be part of that Friday specifically. So it's going to be more like a tianguis, sort of flea market kind of feel.
Can you let Maria in? I think somehow she got disconnected.
And there's going to be obviously music, and it's going to be, it's going to be a 2-day event. And then the next day is going to be they're not calling it Canta de Orgullo, they're calling it Fiesta de Elgin. And even that's going to be, the bands that they're bringing in is obviously they're spending a good amount of money on that, and they're getting some quality bands that are going to come in and play, and that's going to have its own sort of aspect to it. So yeah, we'll see how that turns out and how that kind of plays out.
I'm sorry, and who's doing this? The city of Elgin?
The city of Elgin. Yeah, the city of Elgin, the library is heavily involved. Obviously, they invited a couple of us, Centros there. I forget who else was there, but to sort of help them out with some of the planning, marketing, type of aspects to it. But this is a City of Elgin event, yeah.
It's just something good to
Yeah.
get on our radar, I think, strategically for doing partnerships and like, it could be a service, but it could be something more too.
Has anybody heard of Allies for a Greater Tomorrow?
No.
It's when you look up volunteer opportunities in Elgin, the city of Elgin has a link to them, and it's all these Elgin places that need volunteers. I'll put the link in case anybody's interested in taking a look at that.
Thank you.
And David, you might want to look there and see if there's anything that interests you.
Yeah, because December seems like it'll be Centro. We'd have to find something for the summer.
But I do love David's idea of focusing on the organizations that we have within our group. I just wanted to say that really quickly. And again, it's another way of getting the larger membership and connected to us as well.
And a benefit from the member, having the board backing you up on a, event that you need volunteers. All the links that are here on Zoom, can we put them on Slack? Because once we leave the Zoom, we're not going to have access.
Yeah, I guess whoever put it on there, whoever, obviously Gil has most of them, Ish has a couple.
Or at least in the agenda, right, for the record of the minutes.
Or then
Adopt a highway. I like that.
Oh, we did that. The first
Each
time.
highway?
Yeah, first time I was president, we did an Adopt a Highway. We were given the sign, the Elgin Hispanic Networks area, and it was just like right after it was on Route 31 between the Holiday Inn and the bridge that Route 90 is on. And it was the east side of that of 31. And we did a couple of cleanups. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I mean, that's obviously sort of supplemental to it.
I don't know that the reason we stopped doing it is because the city got rid of the program. And I'll be honest, the people that helped clean up was basically me, my kids, and my kids' friends.
Of course.
I'm just looking at it online, and it could be a good opportunity. Like you said, Gil, you get the sign, you adopt that highway. It says Elgin Hispanic Networking Group. That's on the road. And obviously, if we can all do something like that, it's showing that we're giving back to the city and helping out in some way.
Yeah.
I know Highway 20 can really use some cleanup.
Just a comment on the Canta con Orgullo. I have heard also that the city of Elgin was charging a very high amount for local businesses to either have a logo or a booth present, and they were putting a lot of kind of challenges when businesses would ask for participation and presence at this event. I also heard that it was kind of like very selective process to know who was there. I was not involved at this moment. I was already at Elgin Community College, but this is something that I've heard in the past from the Hispanic community in general and business owners when they try to do work with the city of Elgin. It seems like there's a lot of protocols and fees, and sometimes to have a small booth even at the event is like over $200 or $300. And I know some of our businesses are really just trying to get their business out there, not necessarily counting with that money, to have right there on the spot to pay for a booth or a food truck spot. So something to keep in mind. I don't know who here has presence at some of these meetings, but in terms of advocating for some of our members who are business owners, I think we should keep that in mind and make it accessible for our community to really have a presence in these events.
I'm so glad you raised that, Maria, because that was one of the things that I talked with Amanda Harris about at the meeting last night. And I told her that I want to have Centro staff do some education and support to some of our clients who are trying to start their own businesses to get permits to sell things at the event because they didn't even know about the opportunity. And so that would help with some of what you're talking about, I think. And so that's going to be
That's correct.
A way to empower, especially people who have been here a very short time and are trying to figure out how to make money. They're talented. They just need permission, you know, once they get their work
Exactly.
permits, they just need to know about the permit process from the city to be able to be there, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be working with the Centro team to help the city with some of that. But yeah, that's something that definitely, you know, Rafa and I can continue to raise at the next meeting because it's a regular group that meets once a month.
Thank you so much, Diana. And I'm also encouraging like all of us in other spaces as well, because that has been a constant feedback that I get from people from the public. Even like just a language barrier that when they get a city of Elgin, it's like, okay, talk to Amanda Harris that she'll help you with this. And then they call and then they have to get an interpreter and then they tell them the fees and there's no really background or context to some of the fees that are for the logos and the brochures and even a table or a booth. And there's all these confusion, and it's because I'm sorry, but the city of Elgin is not hiring enough Hispanic, bilingual, Spanish speaking personnel to adapt to the needs of a 50% plus community that is in need and that is trying to, you know, service and grow in the business area. So I think that more of us that we can advocate, the better. That way it's not just the same people bringing these issues up, because I've also been in rooms where it's like, well, you mentioned that in the past, you know, but I mean, what are you doing? And it's like, guys, I'm not connected to the city anymore. You know, I would try my best, but I also have all these other advocacy that I'm trying to do on behalf of ECC and other like educational efforts. I'm also like pregnant. Like I can't be in all these spaces at the same time. So I love that if we can all kind of put that into the back of our heads when we're in spaces where there's leadership and like local government and elected officials, so that we can, you know, raise our business owners' voices and share that.
Hi, everybody. This is Cynical Gil here. But nobody told the city to completely annihilate and destroy and get rid of the Hispanic outreach program. I mean, we had Jenny, me, Maricela, and then due to political forces, they got rid of Hispanic outreach. But that was the person, that was the go-to person that spoke Spanish, spoke English. They knew all the different departments, how to help people, where to send them to. And, you know, that's something that the city decided to do, remove unilaterally.
Who was
Which shocks me, especially with the Elgin population. That really shocks me.
Well, it all started because of the Casa Linda. When that thing got raised, there's a lot of families that just needed help, and so they took Jenny Diaz de Leon off the code department and put her as Hispanic outreach to kind of help find apartments for them, et cetera, et cetera. But then she ended up just staying there as Hispanic outreach. And then after her, I was Hispanic outreach for a few years. And after me, Maricela Abonce became the Hispanic outreach. And then that was it. Done.
Hey, Gil, if you can share, I mean, really quick, don't have to get into details, but was that like a political move to
Yes,
dismantle?
it was. You know, for the longest time, Elgin was really proactive with the Latino community. But then at about that time, more and more, and I say this carefully because I am conservative, but some of the conservatives kind of began getting elected to the council. And some of them weren't necessarily conservative, but they were Black. And they kind of felt like, well, why do we have Latino outreach? Why don't we have a Black outreach? And, you know, why are we catering to Latinos? And it became a whole thing, man. And
Gotcha.
so ultimately, the program lost a lot of air support, and then losing Juan Figueroa at that point, it was soon after he left that we didn't have hardly any. Well, we had no Latinos for a while, so that went down the wayside. So yeah, Lish has a good point. That happens a lot behind closed doors too. Amen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, Maria, if there's any I guess good news out of this, at that meeting yesterday, I think everybody but Amanda was Hispanic, right, Anna?
Yeah.
So obviously she knows Diana's feelings. She's looks like she's listening to everybody. So hopefully
Thank you so much. Thank you. That gives a little bit of hope. But I know in the past we would try to say that, and to be honest, people will walk over to EPD to talk to me to me about water bills and City of Elgin things. And it's like it's so unfortunate that with a population and a support and a presence that we have, people have to go through all these obstacles to just get some help in their own language in a calm, respectful setting. It's not just like, okay, next, we have to, and I'm happy to know that these meetings are even taking place, because I know in the past it was not a thing. So yeah, so thank you, Rafa.
Yeah, we need to advocate for our people, and for everybody, not just Hispanics. Obviously, anybody who has, las ganas de hacer something in the city and set up a business, we have to advocate for them. And, we're very lucky and blessed to have some of these sort of connections downtown or whoever it might be. And we got to use that to our advantage and let them know that these are good people that want to do something here.
Entonces, guys, I enjoy the conversation. It makes me want to have a drink.
Come over to my house.
I know, if I can get to your house. But I really, we have like 2.5 hours left, and I still think we have quite a bit of decision making to make. So I think if I were to wrap up the conversation here, it sounds like we're all in agreement of trying to more proactively volunteer, especially at nonprofits that are members of EHN. And it sounds like, David, you're going to be spearheading that.
That's a leading question.
Let me see. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Gil, do not call out my moves, Gil. Do not call out my moves.
No, I don't mind.
Does that fall under oh, look at Rafa taking that one. That falls under social opportunity, right?
Yeah, because we're giving back to the Latino community, right?
I honestly love that idea.
Yeah, it was the Korean guy, the non Latino guy that thought of that, right?
Oh yeah.
Never be your leader, guys. I will never be your leader.
Yeah.
And there's a level of education that you can incorporate in that too. You can learn more about the nonprofit before you volunteer. I like it. Thank you, David.
So our next one is
You're welcome, Miss.
our next one was our general meeting, which is in 2 weeks. Is that right?
Our calendar.
It's next week, no? 1 or 2 weeks.
Es el 24.
Let me pull up the calendar.
It's 24th.
I'm so
So
blind.
that's something I think that I brought up. So basically my why I brought it up is just want to make sure I know last year we kind of tweaked the format a little bit towards the middle of the year. I forgot what exactly we did, but I just want to make sure everybody's or has any ideas on obviously always how to make it better, right? But if what's working now is fine with everyone, I know we're keeping the intro short for the board. Obviously, we have obviously Ramiro's new this year, but that seemed to take a lot of time last year at the beginning of the year. We want to just be very brief. People know who we are. And just from there, we go into obviously our slides.
So, E-Board, are you guys creating the agenda or presentation for the next meeting then, or for the January meeting? You guys are going to take care of that, or what?
Yes. So I think Ish put a link to the slides, and that's kind of be a recurring one. A lot of those will be the same slides. We're just kind of tweak them a little bit, depending obviously the host and the topic.
Yeah, the template is on the resource folder I mentioned.
Okay.
I think the one thing that I think is the change is that we are no longer doing the network activity. The host is going to be doing that, correct?
That's a good idea.
Yes, if they need help, then they can ask us, to come up with the activity. Thanks, Gil,
Yeah.
for that, the calendar. So the next thing was obviously January, it's Zoom. And for the board meetings, it's everyone still okay if we meet at Rafa's?
So
And-
I do want to mention, have we considered doing an evening meeting for our board meetings? Only because doing them so early in the morning normally wouldn't be a big problem, but I feel like that's also the reason why people show up late or have to leave early, because it's still during their respective workday. I feel like if we do an hour in the evenings, would make a lot more sense for productivity. I don't know if anyone else thinks otherwise, but I wanted to voice that concern.
Wouldn't work for me because I'm like a glorified second shifter because of my work of, so it'd be tough for me.
Yeah, me as well, because I actually sometimes go work in different cities, and by the time I get back out here, yeah, I'd probably be super late sometimes. I don't get off till 7, 8.
And I
We're
have a
only
lot of
talking,
choices
we're only talking
I feel
once a
like we've
month,
all
guys.
adapted to this.
We're only talking once a month, guys.
Yeah, but I can't.
Yeah,
I would
but David, some
I
of
would-
us work evenings sometimes, so I think that's where the concern is it is just once a month, but some of us are on different boards, some of us do work evenings, so it becomes a little bit difficult when you have, 2 or 3 evenings to work at, and then you have another board meeting.
Well, I think the same thing
per-
can be mentioned for daytime workers. Like, this is 2 days a month that we would have to take out during our work days. Like myself, I'm not doing this as part of my job, so I can't arrange my job, to the meeting. So I think that's why I wanted to bring up the consideration that one evening.
I just don't like it. I just don't like it Friday morning. I don't care about any other day, but Friday morning, I just don't like Friday morning. If you want to do Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, or no Wednesday morning, I'm fine with it. But Friday morning, to me, sucks. I'd rather have it either lunchtime or after work. But that's my
The
opinion. I'm only
and
one
the
of
only
13.
day that's gonna work for me in the long term is just Mondays. So if we're willing to change it to a Monday morning, then I'm fine with that too.
What's
I'm fine
everyone
with
on that?
Monday mornings. So if that's a change, I'm fine with Monday mornings.
I'm fine with any Monday morning except for the second Monday of the month, because that's board meeting day.
I prefer any time during the work day. So if Monday mornings is better for the rest of the group, then I can accommodate my schedule.
I'm flexible as
here.
well, so.
Yeah, same here.
I could, I have a stand-in meeting for my job at 9 o'clock on Mondays. It sometimes happens, doesn't happen, but I can step out and take that meeting and come back into the call.
Yeah, Monday morning works for me.
I prefer Fridays because Fridays tend to be light meeting days in most of corporate America lives.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
Agreed.
That's why I like Fridays, because but Mondays are just jam-packed, having to catch up with emails, and especially
That's true too.
Agree,
that's why
100%.
and I'll be honest with you all, I don't think there'll ever be a perfect time for everyone to meet. And
Agreed.
I think like Friday, I probably would estimate that about 80% make the meeting on a regular basis. So I feel like this is one of the situations where it is working, which is miraculous, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'll keep it. I don't care. I'm just saying, I just don't like it, but I'll keep it. Whatever you guys want. I'll go with the flow.
It for me personally, it's much easier. It's less stressful. It's just because Mondays are so hectic in the morning, always because of the weekend, right? But at any rate, but I'll make it work if that's the case.
So keep Friday?
I vote for Friday. When can we vote? Let's vote.
Can we vote? Yes. Let's vote. Let's
put it in the chat, everybody. Friday, Monday.
And then we're staying in the mornings, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm one of the most flexible, so I'm good with either one. So I'm not gonna vote. So whatever majority, I'll go with it.
Same.
So it's Friday.
So I am gonna vocalize this just because I feel like for my own sake, I I may have to resign then from the board because I have to either decide whether I'm going to make it to the general meetings or to the board meetings. And I'm not a huge fan of joining them remotely. So I got to figure that out. But I just wanted to mention that that's also the reason that I vocalized that, you know, Friday morning meetings weren't going to work for me. But again, that tells me what the group is going to mention, but I did want to vocalize that.
Well, that's a pretty big statement there.
No, I did, and that's why I was trying to avoid, because I was like, if we're able to make it an evening meeting, I am able to work my schedule to be sure that I'm there at the general meetings. So again, I will do whatever the board majority makes, but I do want to put that out there that unfortunately that might cause me to have to leave. So just want to put that out there so no one's like, oh, why didn't you tell us this now?
So you're saying mornings don't work for you?
Just that Friday, my meeting with my chief experience officer at my job is Friday mornings. So that's why I said I can't make any Friday morning. I could make it Monday morning because I have Mondays off, but if that doesn't work out with the group, then it doesn't work out. I'll try to join remotely when I can, but
how about another day? How about like Thursday or Thursday?
Right now, if I'm just going based on what days normally work for me, and then Tuesday, Thursdays would be the best day for me to do morning meetings.
What is
but
the
again,
rest?
I don't want it to be a situation where just because I am having an issue, I just want to be sure that, you know, again, I'm not one of the people who are doing this part of my job. So I want to still do this, but I can't do that and not have a job, you know? So
We understand, but at the same time, you know, I think a lot of us are pretty flexible and we can see what we can do. Not just, obviously, we don't want you to go. This is, so you gotta understand that on our end too. Like, don't feel bad at the same time, but let's see if we can. Yeah.
So my thing is just that my job isn't as flexible as it was previously with my
Right.
last job. So like right now I'm able to take off the time for the general meetings, but the board meetings which is hard, and with the rules as they're put in place, if I miss 4, then I'm already out anyways. So I just have to figure out.
How does Tuesday or Thursday look for everyone else?
In the morning or evening?
En la mañana.
Is that what you're saying, Ish? You would want Monday? I mean, mornings? I thought you wanted evenings.
No, I said if we're going to do Fridays, I would prefer to do a Friday evening or an evening during the week. Or I can do Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday morning. Again, I don't want to make it into a big thing. I just wanted to vocalize that. I don't want to, you know, all of a sudden quit and be like, yeah.
Whatever, dude. You made it into a big thing. Whatever.
We know it's not like you're threatening us, Ish. I mean,
I'm just letting you guys know. Because I don't want to be like leave you guys in the dust with a situation like this.
No.
No, you're being honest. Hey,
you're being honest. Yeah.
And he's and I know, and I was talking to Ish. He now drives all the way to Elmhurst or something for work.
Yeah.
He used to be local or closer, so I mean, I get it, man. You know, he doesn't have the flexibility to be remote like he was before. So
yeah.
What do you guys think of Tuesday?
I can do Tuesday morning.
I'm down for Tuesday or Thursday morning. I don't care. Like I said,
I can't do Tuesdays.
You
That's
cannot?
just me. I cannot. No.
What about
That's
Thursdays?
when I have all my staff meetings.
What about Thursdays?
Thursdays would be better.
I can do Thursdays.
I can also do Thursdays.
Julia, good.
Yep.
Mari?
Is there anyone that can't make Thursday 9:00 in the morning? How about that?
Well, the thing is that we have like several meetings on Thursday. We have like the underserved. That's the first Thursday, and then
care for the underserved.
I'm sorry.
Care for the underserved is first Thursday.
This would be second Thursday, right?
I have like, and then I have the one in DuPage on Thursdays as well. So that's the second one. So it seems like to me Thursday seems a little more hectic personally.
Yeah, there's a lot of other network meetings that meet Thursday mornings.
Yeah, Thursdays.
AOK meets Thursday mornings too.
Yep.
The same time, the second week of the
9 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, the first the first week of the month.
The first Thursday is underserved, and I have another one.
What time is it?
9 o'clock.
También.
I see.
So it's the first Thursday and the second Thursday, Lisa, you're out?
Yeah.
When is ours? Isn't ours gonna be the third Thursday or no?
We haven't settled that. That's the whole point of the
Oh.
retreat.
Yeah.